we could do is we could try to go through the draft as quickly as possible and take notes on what we want to add or change, and then see if we have time to write the sections. Or we could just take the time and try to draft the sections as we go. We do acknowledge that this meeting is going to be a little bit longer, probably than other meetings. My recommendation would be as much as possible to draft, but that may be difficult. Over.
Thank you.
Hey, I got a question for you.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Remind me, do we have a section in the bylaws that discusses the transition of the banking information between one treasurer to another?
Not yet. There's going to be a Runbook. The Runbook is going to have that information.
No, negative. That's not what I mean. What I mean is not so much the specifics of, hey, go down to the bank and fill out pages X, Y, and Z of their documentation, but literally the outgoing treasurer must complete the transition of their duties within X number of days from assumption of power.
Again, no, that has not been written in.
And okay, so this thing about transition of the LLC paperwork should also be including that whole treasurer piece too. They should follow the same timeline.
Does the original bylaws even have that? Hold on.
Do you have a recommendation for how that could be phrased? I'm just typing up a note.
Wait, is it already in there, or? Okay. No. In the draft. Is it in the draft, or does it? Or are you just saying it should go into section 2? Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
And no, I don't have any wording at hand right now for that.
Okay. Okay, so we can add both of those to section 2. And we will get to adding both of those when we get to the section 2 of the read through we're doing today. Okay, any other business before we start going through the read through of the current bylaws draft?
Hey, just to
Yes.
reiterate for the audience at hand, the intent of this is to read through it, not get sidetracked on anything, but literally go point by point and only comment on each point as we approach it. Correct?
Correct.
All right, I just want to get that in the recording so we all stay on topic. I'm bad at it too.
Thank you. Okay, I have the current draft of the bylaws. Thank you, Luda. We have the current draft of the new Dagorhir bylaws shared on my screen. Is anyone unable to see that? Just double checking for technical issues before we keep going. Okay.
Of note, right now this is only. Hold on, I'm the owner of this document, so you can only comment, but I can open that up to editing if we want.
If we get to that during this meeting, then I will request that at the time. Until then, I think we're good. Okay. So, first line, as with the basic premise of the Dagorhir game rules system, common sense supersedes perceived loopholes in these bylaws. The executive director and chapter council chair shall be responsible for interpreting the bylaws in order to provide clarification as necessary for the responsibility of their roles such that the purpose of the bylaws is maintained. Any comments on those first 2 lines before we get to section 1? And thank you, Luda, for that link to the draft that we are currently reading through. Section 1, Simple Majority Standard. Reads, unless otherwise specified, a simple majority is required for all votes presented in these bylaws. Comments or objections to this phrasing? In section 1, that's it. Moving on to section 2. 2.1, section 2 entitled Executive Board Overview. 2.1, the Board of Directors shall consist of the following directors in order of succession to the Executive Director. 1. Executive Director. 2. Director of Public Relations. 3. Director of Records. 4. Director of Finance. 5. Director of Operations. 6. Arbiter. And we have a note debating or questioning should that 6th member quorum is specified within section 2, I believe.
Yes, it is.
So the only comment we have so far for section 2.1 is, do we want to call the 6th member the Arbiter or the Director of Safety and Security? Comments or thoughts regarding that?
And
Go ahead, Sai.
sorry, it's hard to type and talk. While I like the idea that everyone knows what Arbiter is, the thing is we've got ourselves a bit of a pattern here. Why don't we stick to the pattern?
Sound logic. Any other comments?
And
Go ahead.
are we going to want the Director of Safety Security to be the Arbiter as well, or do we want to split those positions and have the Arbiter be under the Director of Safety and Security?
Given the rights and responsibilities of that role, you would think that the Arbiter would be the Director of Safety and Security, but and have 0 above them except for the Executive Director.
Right, but the Arbiter is largely a investigative, and it's mostly an investigative role. So tying up your Director of Safety and Security with the bulk of the Arbiter work means that if there's some other safety issue within the game, you're going to have position overload. They're either going to have to get an officer to handle that, or neglect their Arbiter position duties.
I would disagree in that we've already established that the Arbiter can establish their own council below them to be able to perform the actions necessary to be able to investigate and create case files for each of the things that they're going after. The Arbiter should be the final stop for that information, not necessarily the person who's individually digging down into all of it. If one person is trying to handle an entire national organization worth of investigations, that's just bad design from the beginning.
Stone
but-
hand. Rude.
Thank you.
you.
I forgot about that.
And Runa notes, did we earlier lean toward leaving it as Arbiter because that is how it is referred to in chapter contracts? Is that correct? Then I think for now we leave it as Arbiter, and the new executive board that gets elected can make decisions about how to change the name or otherwise edit that role. Any objection to leaving it as Arbiter and moving on? Section 2.2. Each director shall be given authority over a department as defined by their namesake and any directives within the scope of their department. That is something that we voted on as a body. Comments on section 2.2. I'm going to be moving pretty quickly. If I move past something that you want to comment on, just say which point or which section you're trying to comment on in the chat, and we will come back to it if I've already moved past it. 2.3. Each director shall be accountable for all responsibilities within their department. If a staff position is vacant, the director shall assume responsibilities of that role. Question from me. Staff position being a position subsidiary to one of the directors, like one of the directors' sort of helpers or subgroup. Is that what that staff position phrase is referring to?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Comments on 2.3. 2.4. The board of directors shall meet as business dictates, but never less than once every 3 months.
And
Go ahead, Luda.
before we get too far in this meeting, I would like to suggest that as we go through and find these things that we want to define, we start keeping a running list of definitions and maybe add some kind of section to the bylaws. Over.
Thank you. That is a good suggestion. I agree with that.
And I would say, that one of us can do that if
Yeah.
you would like to
That would be very helpful. Thank you.
focus. Yeah.
Where was I? Section 2.4. The board of directors shall meet as business dictates, but never less than once every 3 months. Thank you, Rina. Still comments to side that the arbiter can only appoint someone in the case of conflicts of interest. They cannot just deputize people even if they get overloaded with work. That
We'll
is
get that later.
yeah, that is
Move on.
sorry. 2.5, a minimum of 4 out of 6 of the board members must be in attendance for a quorum to exist for it to legally take any action. Comments on 2.5. Section 2.6, any director unable to attend a session may send a proxy representative. Go ahead.
On 2.5, I noticed that there was a note in the right-hand column from Travis
Oh.
Miller.
Yes.
It looks like some kind of consistency suggestion, if I'm reading that correctly. Over.
That does appear to be what it is. Trying to find where it mentioned, there we go. 2/3 of the active chapter representatives must be in attendance in 7.9 for the chapter council versus 4 out of 6 of the board members. Suggestion to change this as
That would allow, if we have a larger board for some reason in the future, that it didn't have to be 4 out of 6, but 2/3 could account for a larger board. So 2/3 of whatever size the board happens to be. Over.
any objection to changing 4 out of 6 to the fraction 2/3?
Yeah, I object. As noted in the comments, if we use 2/3 and the math changes every time a board member is either vacant or added, it's easier if they're adding people to just rewrite those sections of the bylaws that specifically refer to 4 out of 6, as opposed to having to change the math every time there's a vote because of vacancies or additions to the board.
So would phrasing 2/3 of the board member positions
That could work.
ameliorate that problem? Well, we have the word minimum there, so it's already implying or greater. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Any other comments for section 2.5? Moving on to section 2.6, unless there is another objection. 2.6, any director unable to attend a session may send a proxy representative in their place. However, the substitute may only present ideas and take notes for the elected official. The substitute is not allowed to vote. What here does session mean? Is that for executive board meetings or for chapter council meetings? Official business meetings, okay. Yeah, that sounds good to me. I see comments getting written. Thank you for your patience as we make sure everyone's voice gets heard. If there was a mass resignation of board members, suddenly. That's why it's
Yeah, it's like if
Well-
there were 4 people to suddenly resign, do you want just
well,
the 2 people left standing to be able to change the bylaws potentially?
the
No,
idea
it's-
here is that this is out of total board member positions, even if they're not filled. That is what that would imply.
Okay, gotcha.
Is that okay? Okay. On to 2.7. And if someone could add a definition for session there, that would be very helpful. 2.7, any board member may convene an emergency meeting. And recognized. Thank you. So defining here emergency meeting. Okay, so emergency board meeting.
Yeah, that was the
We'll get to that when we get to it. Thank you. Important note. 2.7.1, an emergency meeting is to be scheduled within 48 hours of an emergency being declared. 2.7.2, quorum is not needed to be established to hold the meeting or make binding votes. 2.7.3, any decisions voted on at the meeting must have a stated expiration date. 2.7.4, any decisions voted on must be voted on again at the next scheduled board meeting. 2.7.5, bylaw changes may not be voted on at an emergency meeting. Collective comments on 2.1 to 2.5.
Yes, they do. 7.11. The chapter council may vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. Some other stuff. The proposal must also pass a vote by the board of directors by a 2/3 majority vote. Which I still object to because the bylaws largely being the board is supposed to be running. They have no input over how their job is supposed to be run or how it functions.
So I'm sorry.
If you don't let the board of directors have any say in the bylaws, the chapter council can just change how the board of directors runs the entire thing. And the board of directors cannot say anything about it. They'll just have to, it's a huge misbalance of power. Because, yeah, sure, the board of directors can block stuff, but like telling your administrative arm, yeah, you have no say over how you're supposed to run. Oop, am I still here?
You are still here.
Okay. Is like, it seems a little ridiculous in my view.
This was what we voted on.
Okay.
We specifically voted on, let me find the quote. Chapter reps have the authority to vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. We did not collectively vote on anything specifically precluding the executive board from voting on bylaws, but we also did not collectively decide that they should. I don't remember if there was some discussion related to executive board members being involved in some way, but we didn't vote on it.
Oh, there was definitely discussion. Well, that's what I thought. We never voted specifically to preclude them.
Though, then that seems like something that there is interest in deciding today. Any objection to opening a discussion of should the executive board approve bylaw changes passed by the chapter council? And then voting on that today is in this body. Okay, so what specifically would the proposal be? The one that's currently phrased in 7 point something?
Yes.
Okay, then let's
Let me post that.
Thank you. 7:11.
Can you scroll up just a wee bit,
Me?
Raj?
It's in the committee meeting chat.
It is in the committee meeting chat as well.
Oh, thank you, guys.
Okay. Comments before we move this to a yes/no vote? Luda, hand.
I will point out that the current bylaws for the current DBGA says that changes to the bylaws first have to go through the AWC and then the board of directors. So no recommendation either way, but continuing that would mean giving the board of directors also the ability to vote on changes to the bylaws. Over.
Thank you. Okay. Jeffrey, your difference is you removed the executive board's approval process? Okay. So we have two versions of 7.11. First reads, the chapter council may vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. Any proposed changes to the bylaws must have an extended voting period of 2 weeks. The proposal must pass with a 2/3 majority vote. The proposal must also pass a vote by the board of directors by a 2/3 majority vote. Jeffrey's alternative proposal reads the exact same, except without the last line specifying that the proposal must also pass a vote by the board of directors by 2/3 majority vote. Does anyone have comments or advocacy one way or the other before we move to a vote? Stone, go ahead. And they also technically have a voice in changing bylaws through their chapter representative. Other comments?
Hand.
Sil, go ahead.
Like, I understand that the chapters are going to have a lot of control, but again, the chapters at this, like, if you give it exclusively to the chapters could say whatever they want, and the board of directors is going to have to follow that mandate, and without really any recourse. Like, sure, you could say they 6 people can say to 6 reps, chapter reps, that they don't want to do something, but out of a board of, let's say, 20 people, that's still a minority, even if all 6 chapters vote the way the board wants to vote. And again, it's a huge. The chapter council could just say, well, we don't want these supporting officers. We don't want, we want the voting structure to be reduced, or we want to just add whatever we want to add, and the board of directors will have absolutely no say in what their job does, what their entails, and the only recourse they really would have at that point is resignation.
Thank you, Sil. Runa notes that not advocating either way, but she thinks the intent in the old bylaws is having both bodies vote on bylaw changes is to provide stability and keep bylaw changes from being something that happens all the time. Sai, go ahead.
All right, Sil, I totally hear what you got to say about the fear and concern about the chapters deciding to come in and do something that could potentially put the organization itself in jeopardy, and there being nothing that the executive board could do about it other than just kowtow because that's their job. It's what's being written in. That's a big risk, and the idea of, on the flip side, having the executive board have to vote and accept whatever it is that the chapter council has to say puts us in exactly the same position that we're in right now with the Eritari running everything that Dagorhir decides as far as our game decisions. Granted, the Eritari has written into their rules that they will have to accept whatever it is that's coming from the war council. It doesn't really change the fact that this is a thing. I would argue that we have gotten to this point by not giving ourselves enough rope to hang ourselves. And that's caused so much grief within the organization that by not doing so, not going and following through, you're not meeting the intent of the entire bylaw rewrite.
Thank you.
I mean, yes, but if the chapter council is not happy with a certain board of director or a board member, they also have the option of just outright removing that person. Like, the board was going to get which they should. I think they should, but I still think that there should be that extra step before you even get there of, hey, the board of directors doesn't want to do this, or 2 or 3 of them don't want to do this bylaw change. And if the chapter council's like, no, we really want you to do this, they have the right to just remove the person or people and just shove the vote through anyways.
So I still don't see what your objection is if you're just talking about it being a different step.
Well, because then you have procedurally have extra steps, like you're like nuking the board. Like it is a very clear, like the chapter council wants its will to be heard, and they are willing to like force the organization to do this thing that they want it to do, and that's going to send a much bigger message than just, oh, the chapter council felt like doing this thing.
Jeffrey, hand.
It sounds to me like Sill's concern is that the chapter council could force the executive board to do certain things, even if the executive board didn't want to. And I think that's a legitimate concern, but even if only the chapter council votes on bylaws changes, the board still has a say, because if the board feels like they're being forced to do something, or a member of the board feels like they're being forced to do something that they don't want to, they can always resign the position. So in no situation are we going to have a board member be 100% forced to do something that they don't want to.
Right, but forcing resignations over stuff, it's part of the reason the American political institution is the way that it is. Like we saw with the president, the only way to really remove Trump was to either force him to resign, because no one wanted to pull that plug. Nobody wanted to go through that whole process, and there was nothing else that they could really do aside from verbally shame him over impeachment. Like the impeachment doesn't do anything.
Without getting into
But,
politics.
yeah, I know, but like I'm not talking politics specifically. I'm talking process of political process, an administrative
I think
process.
we've heard a lot from both sides of this issue. Any objection to bringing this to a vote?
Mook, I would absolutely support a veto mechanic. Not that I really have a vote in this anyway, sorry.
Okay. Motion draft from Luda. Thank you. That I think looks good. Are we ready? Looks like we are ready to vote. Okay, I don't see any objections.
Point of process, do we have a second?
Thank you. Is the
Oh, I have
So-
a counter motion.
we do have a counter motion.
Then that would just to be add a veto. And then change what a veto with a 2/3 majority. Well, what's the current? Simple majority the first time around, and then 2/3 majority the second time around for a vetoed vote for bylaw changes. Both times?
Okay. Okay. So how about initial proposal, the way it's currently worded? Does anyone object to? Yeah, veto can be a second vote. So initially, we're going to vote between the phrasing as it is now, where the executive boards must confirm a vote with a 2/3 majority, versus Jeffrey's counter proposal. Where is it? Give me 1 second. Where it's only the chapter council's vote that is required. And then once that vote is decided, if the second choice is favored, where it's just the chapter council, we can then choose between that and a veto option. Any objection to that process?
Yes, I'm working on that.
And just as a point of process, we never officially had a second on this motion. Is this motion seconded to start this voting process? Thank you. Okay, the motion is in the committee motions chat. Chapter representatives, it is time. Thank you, Lita. Cyril, I think you might be in the wrong chat. Just FYI.
Yeah, I just saw that. Sorry.
All good.
I am to understand we're preparing to come back in and vote on a 7.11.1, correct? After this?
Yes, if if the second vote is favored, then we will have a second vote between that option and a alternative option with a veto process. Thank you. Vote is complete. Second passes.
We're missing Jeffrey.
We are missing Jeffrey. He voted at 7:40.
Oh, my bad.
Sorry. Okay. So moving on to a new set of options. First option being what was just the second option, where it's just the chapter council vote. Second option being one with a veto process. Any suggestions or recommendations on how that veto option could be phrased?
I put a committee meeting in the committee motions drafts.
In the drafts?
Yeah.
How did the board veto? Did the board have like a simple majority to veto a passed vote? What's that look like? Is my only comment.
Yeah, I'd say two-thirds of the board.
Okay,
Let me edit that real quick.
thank you. We are waiting for the phrasing on the veto option to be updated.
Sorry, it's been edited.
Oh, it got edited?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I was looking for a new line. Okay. Any other suggestions or recommendations for the new phrasing? I'll put it into the chat again. Chapter Council may vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. Any proposed change to the bylaws must have an extended voting period of 2 weeks. The proposal must first pass a 2/3 majority vote, or the proposal must pass with a 2/3 majority vote of the Chapter Council. Just to
And
Wordsmithing.
go ahead.
maybe this is what's coming up as the correction, but the first time the bylaws proposal has to pass, it passes with a 2/3 majority vote. After the veto, it also has to pass with a 2/3 majority. I don't
That
know if
is-
I understand that.
That is currently how it is intended to be phrased.
Okay, I guess functionally I don't understand what power the veto has then. Because the council would just have to make.
I think the intent is just to give the executive directors perhaps a chance for advocacy to their own chapter reps or other chapter representatives to make sure that all the chapter reps are certain how they want to vote for the bylaw change.
Well, I guess if I overlooked the fact that the executive board would talk to their council reps and possibly change the outcome of that vote. So I don't have any objections to that then.
Yeah. Plus, I feel like it'd be enough of a statement saying that they're vetoing it.
Yeah, that's true. The executive directors simply vetoing could be enough to change perceptions and adjust the follow-up vote. Any other comments or suggestions for phrasing?
Hand.
Go ahead.
It's just wordsmithing, but the sentence changes to the bylaws do not need to be approved by the board of directors. Just that should get struck.
Yeah, that is no longer relevant if they can be vetoed, because they do need to be approved. Thank you. Updated motion, the chapter council may vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. Any proposed change must have an extended voting period of 2 weeks. The proposal must pass with a 2/3 majority vote of the chapter council. Any change to the bylaws may be vetoed by the board of directors with a 2/3 majority vote. That should be executive board, shouldn't it?
Yes.
Sorry.
Sorry, I thought that we came to the conclusion that board of directors is something that we need to have as a legal body for our organization, not executive board.
Oh. Oh, that's true. 2.1 does call them the board of directors. Okay, that's fair. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay, motion is seconded as currently written. Any objection? Jeffrey suggests we specify that the veto be a veto vote by the board of directors.
No, sorry. It's just that right now, the veto is written as the executive board may vote by a 2/3 majority. Or sorry, let me read it out. Right now it says any changes to the bylaws may be vetoed by the board of directors by a 2/3 majority vote. It's just a tiny bit unclear who that 2/3 majority is. Is that the board of directors? Is that the board of directors plus the chapter council? It's just a little bit more specific. If it says changes to the bylaws may be vetoed by the board of directors by a 2/3 majority vote of the board of directors.
Okay. Okay, new phrasing. Any objection to new phrasing? Oh, it's in the motions chat. I think we are ready to vote. Chapter reps, please do the thing. Six votes in, motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Sil, could you add that into 7.11?
Yes.
Which then, going back to where we were at 275, 275 is now still relevant because the the board of directors can vote to veto. So that still applies. Back to 271 through, thank you, through 275. Any other comments on this set of bylaws?
And
Go ahead, Luda.
yes. I think we should have clarification for 2.7. So we don't define who can declare an emergency. So perhaps this should be a board member may declare an emergency and convene an emergency board meeting. I think it's implicit that they can declare an emergency, but it's not stated.
That's true.
Yeah.
Other comments for section 2.7? Okay, 2.8. Expectations of directors and staff. 2.8.1. All power granted shall be exercised for the benefit of DBGA. 282. Directors and staff shall perform their duty to the best of their ability with all due haste when necessary. 283. Directors and staff shall not put themselves in a position where their personal interests conflict with the interests of DBGA. Is 283 implying that directors and staff should recuse themselves or in those situations? And opening the floor up for comments on 28 through 283. Okay. Other comments on 28? If you have comments, let me put it in the chat. 29, authorities of the executive director. The executive director or their delegate may speak on behalf of the DBGA. 292, the executive director shall provide clarification as necessary for the responsibility of each department such that their purpose is maintained. That is one that we all voted on. Comments on 29. 210, authorities of all directors. 210.1. Directors may speak on behalf of the DBGA under the authority of the purpose of their department, such that it does not conflict with the statements of the Board of Directors. 210.2. Directors may appoint individuals to the supporting officer positions within their authority at will. Officers are granted authority as defined by their office. 210.3. Directors shall provide oversight and reporting for standing committees within their authority. 210.4. Directors may create, staff, and disband select committees within their authority at will. Directors may create, staff, and disband supporting positions within their authority at will. Comments on section 210. Perhaps possible counterpoint, all the other directors are specifically named director of XYZ, whereas Arbiter is not, but Arbiter is part of the board of directors. So that seems a little unclear what the intent is. Luda, go ahead.
I think I was just thinking that I believe that the intent is that the arbiter is a director, and perhaps
Okay.
we should add a definition under the position of arbiter that says the arbiter position is a director or something simple like that.
Okay.
To clear that up.
That is seconded. Any objection to that? Okay. Luda, could you make a note, please? Or would you mind?
Yes.
Thank you. Other comments on section 210? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, the Arbiter is listed under board positions in section 3.
Okay, excellent.
Also, just a minor note, and I made a comment on it. Do we want the authorities of executive director just to get moved down to section 3.1 where the executive director's responsibilities are laid out? But can quibble over that later.
Does anyone have thoughts about that?
Right.
Okay. Okay, I don't hear a motion to move it, so unless somebody moves to move that section down with the rest of the executive director stuff, I think we're fine. Other comments on section 2.10? Point 11, authorities of the Board of Directors. 2.11.1, the Board of Directors may solicit and designate legal representation for the DBGA such that any compensation provided has been approved by the Chapter Council. 2.11. I think that's supposed to be 2.11.2. The Board of Directors may solicit and award professional services for the DBGA such that any compensation provided has been approved by the Chapter Council. Comments on 2.11? uh, 2.12, limitations of all directors. 2.12.1, directors shall not be a representative for the Chapter Council. 2.12.2, directors shall not hold an official position within any organization which engages in medieval reenactment, medieval combat sport, or other similar activity which would compete with DBGA. 2.12.3, directors may not create or define a position within DBGA which provides compensation without funding approval by the Chapter Council. 2.12.4, directors shall not make a decision which limits or imposes further action by the DBGA without the approval of the Chapter Council. Comments on section 2.12. Under current phrasing, I think one could argue that chapter leadership does not compete with DBGA, and so wouldn't apply to that bylaw, but that's a little hazy as a legal argument. Perhaps.
I agree.
Okay. It is vague, Sai.
All right, I argue that no, they should not be a chapter leader while they're, as long as they're in seat. If they take over for Dagorhir, they should have to step down from their chapter leadership position. Now they can run all day long, but once they take on the role of Dagorhir leadership, they need to step down from all of the leadership positions. That's because they're going to need to be focused on what's good for the entire game. And they can't be dickering about with their local chapter with those things as well. We don't have a senator and a president. We have senators and we've got a president. We don't have them both at the same time.
Okay, it sounds like we perhaps should vote on should chapter leaders be able to, or should executive board positions simultaneously be able to hold chapter leadership positions.
I agree.
Does anyone have motion phrasing for that?
I put one example in the draft.
Got a draft, thank you. Motion chapter leaders should be allowed to simultaneously hold DBGA Board of Director positions. Um, chapter administrator. Sai, go ahead.
Yeah, it's real simple. So according to the contract, you've got 3 positions that must be filled for every chapter. You've got a administrator, assistant administrator, bookkeeper. You can't fill any one of those 3 positions and run for and maintain office as an EB member.
Okay, so the chapter administrators are specified by bylaws / chapter contracts. Okay. Other comments or suggestions on phrasing? Thank you, Cyrilay. Cyrilay says active chapter requires the chapter to have those 3 positions filled. Okay, any objection to moving this to a vote? Motion reads, chapter leader as defined by the chapter contract should be allowed to simultaneously hold DBGA board of director positions. The vote will be yes or no. Okay. Yeah. Stone, I like it. Does anyone second Stone's counterpoint? Or counter motion?
Second.
Seconded. Any objection to bringing these to a vote? And Luda, do you have phrasing?
So I'm just creating a second counter.
Yep, take your time.
Okay.
And
Still, go ahead.
is there just a technical reason why the language should be allowed instead of are allowed to be chosen over one or another? I'm just asking.
Mm,
So if we're talking about should versus may, one of them takes the power of takes the control out of the hands of whoever gets to decide who gets to run. So if you say, I think may might be a better word than should. Over.
Okay. Maybe shall?
No, shall is the same as should.
Okay.
In my book.
Okay. So may, perhaps. Objections to changing the phrasing to read may? Let's go with that then. Motion is in the motions chat, chapter representatives. May not passes. Perhaps add that as 212.3 and then move 3 and 4 to be 4 and 5. Still, does that work?
Yeah.
Excellent. Any other comments on section 212? Okay. 213, definitions of department staff. 213.1, supporting officers. Officers who have been defined in these bylaws with the intent of fulfilling the purposes of their department. 213.2, standing committees. Committees which have been defined in these bylaws and have a persistent function within DBGA. 213.3, select committees. Committees which have been formed for a special purpose and will be disbanded upon completion of that purpose. 213.4, supporting positions. Positions which have been created by a director to aid in the duties of the DBGA but have not been defined in these bylaws. Comments on section 213.
And
Go ahead.
I need to change the definition of standing committees because they're not defined in these bylaws any further.
Okay. I
think that works.
Okay, standing committees that have a persistent function within the DBGA. Okay. Comments on 213 before we move on? (214) organization membership and financial records are to be present for open inspection at all board meetings. The Director of Finance must bring this information to chapter council meetings if requested. Is that a motion to add that this information should also be public? Public as in there's a running like a constant update thing, or public as in upon request? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this should be published without request or published upon request? I think was my question. Quarterly, annually, okay. Okay. Shall we address that when we get to the treasurer section? Or okay. Yeah, Stone, can you make a note in that section for us to come back to that?
I'm
Thank
making a note right now.
Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Yeah, Director of Records.
Okay.
Finance.
Section 215. The board may vote by a 4 out of 6 majority. Sorry, phrasing. The board may, by a 4/6 majority vote, create or eliminate board advisory positions and assign individuals to those positions. Advisors may only present ideas to the board and will not be allowed to vote. Comments on 215. And there is a unfilled section I labeled 216 transition bylaws. So is that not to be dealt with now? Is that something that we should go through today still, or is that in the process of
Oh,
being
sorry.
filled?
216.
Yeah.
We said that we were going to get to that.
Okay.
That was earlier in the meeting, so this is the place.
Okay. Okay. My notes for our very short discussion before the board meeting, I'm going to put them in a comment. There. Notably, to be a recognized legal entity within the state of Maryland, or to be registered in Maryland, Dagorhir needs to have a physical address. The recommendation for that, since Dagorhir doesn't own any property, would be to have that address be the address of either the executive director or the treasurer, where that, whichever is chosen, that person, that board member must file for the changing of address to update it within 60 days of entering office. That if that person must step down for any reason, they must initiate the transition of that address to a secondary location prior to stepping down, and that process must be completed within 60 days of stepping down. And we also noted that we should add bylaws for the transition of director of finance paperwork within the same time frame. So within 60 days of changing office, that paperwork transfer and stuff must be complete. We did
And
not get to specific phrasing. Go ahead, Luda.
so I believe the whole point of having a address of record is that this is tied to our property, our intellectual property, and or something like that. If we're incorporated in a state, the person has to live in that state who has the address of record, is my brief understanding of how that works. So if the executive director or financial director is not in the state that we're incorporated in, that might become an issue. Over.
Okay. Suggestions for how to resolve that issue.
It cannot be a PO box. When I spoke with Graham earlier today, who is the current address of record, he told me it can't be a PO box. It has to be a physical address. Somebody has to answer the door, and that his recommendation was that it's somebody who is going to stick around for a while, quote unquote. Over. His words were that he is okay if people want to change it to a different address, which implies I think he is okay either way. Over.
Okay. Runa notes that some businesses use their attorney's address for that. Jeffrey, hand.
I was going to say that I would be in agreement with having a volunteer do it, and maybe it could be just written as the chapter administrator of, is it Arbiter that we're thinking of? That's the chapter that's located where the IP is held. Maybe the chapter administrator of that chapter just is that person for the purposes of the postal address.
Point.
Then I'm in favor of just it being a volunteer.
Cyrilay proposes that the treasurer must have a assistant within Maryland, perhaps a long-term volunteer, whose address is the designated address of record. And Runa, that is true. Arbiter does extend into Virginia, and so it's possible that Arbiter leadership could not reside in Maryland. So far it sounds like designating a long-term volunteer or hiring a lawyer and using that address seem to be the two most promising options. Thirley asks, would we require the person whose address we need to have a background check? Going back to those department staff. Would that be a supporting position? Okay, Mook says he would agree to a lawyer if possible, since we will need one at some point anyway. Sai says, how are we going to afford a lawyer? How are we going to fund it? Luda says we need a volunteer who also happens to be a lawyer. And lives in Maryland. That's a very stringent set of conditions. Okay, so shall we identify a specific supporting position that is a person that lives in Maryland that will have the address of record? Are we looking for a trusted proxy? Okay, and then it would be the duty of the and find a new one if necessary. Okay, how exactly do we want to phrase this in the bylaws? The executive director shall appoint a trusted proxy to maintain a physical Maryland address for blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, and we can move it to the executive director section, but I think it's fair to hammer out the phrasing now. Sai?
All right, one thing to keep in mind is this address is going to be frequently used to be the same thing that's going to be used for all banking, all other legal documents, all tax documents, everything. So what you're going to have is someone that is registering a business at someone else's home address. That's what this really means, guys. This isn't just, hey, we need to have an address to put the stuff down on. Their home address is going to be listed as this, and it could have potential tax implications for them later in the future whenever they start looking up their address and finding out, oh, hey, you've got a business there.
Jeffrey motions to table this until we can discuss with Graymail or come up with another solution. It sounds like we have an idea of how we plan to handle this. Any objection to tabling this for the time being? Tabling is seconded.
Hand.
Go ahead.
I'd like to have at least something written down, and even if we note this as a placeholder, because we're going to have to pass this over to the AWC pretty soon, and they're going to have to understand that this is part of the intention.
And
Luda, go ahead.
I put a draft motion just based on the conversation we've been having in the draft section.
Reads, the executive director shall maintain a trusted proxy to hold the address of record which complies with the incorporation requirements of DBGA. Okay, that motion is seconded. Any objection to putting that motion to an approval vote? Okay, I think we are ready to vote on that, and then we can add other details and stuff later as needed. Okay, vote is in the motion chat. Chapter representatives. I'm going to take this opportunity to grab a drink of water. Motion passes. Sai, Sil, can you add that to the executive director section?
Yes, that is now 2.9.3.
Perfect, thank you. We also should check phrasing for the transition of finance stuff. Thank you, Jeffrey. How do we want to phrase specifications for the transfer of information and documentation for the director of finance? Suggestion was paperwork transfer must be complete within 60 days of taking office or leaving office. Something like that. Comments, suggestions? Okay, so the director of finance must transfer all financial documentation and information and documentation within 60 days of leaving office. What's the verb there? Pass on, transfer, transfer. Okay, phrasing is in the motion chat or in the drafts chat. Comments and edits. Okay. Do we need to vote to approve that?
Hand.
Go ahead, Luda.
Yeah, I just think that there are a couple of different wordsmithing things I'd like to work on a little
Please.
bit. So the director of finance shall transfer all financial information and documentation within 60 days of leaving office.
Okay. Whoops.
And maybe we need to specify to whom the director of finance shall transfer that information to.
Probably wise.
One presumes it's a new director of finance, but if for some reason there is no new director of finance, then maybe there's another option to include along with director of finance.
Or sitting executive director.
I think that would be fine. They're supposed to be the overall administrator.
New phrasing, the director of finance shall transfer all financial information and documentation to the new director of finance or executive director within 60 days of leaving office. This new phrasing is seconded. Other comments, objections, or edits? Okay, I think we are ready to vote. In the chat.
Hand.
I go ahead.
My only concern here is this talks about the financial information and documentation, but that doesn't talk about the actual registration itself. This is the biggest problem is I can hand you all the paperwork that goes along with it, but I'm still in control of it.
Suggestions on alternative phrasing?
The director of finance will transfer all management to the new, I'm not real sure how to say that. Management.
All materials related to their office?
Transfer control. Of
Control. That's much better. Thank you. Because then that's a legal standard there. Transferring control means you have to turn all that stuff over.
Transfer all financial information, comma, documentation, comma, and control.
Seconded.
Okay. Thank you. We will get the new vote up in just a second.
Sorry, one moment. I'm working on it.
Take your time. Okay, new motion in the voting chat. Jeffrey had to step away, so he may or may not be here.
I was just gonna say that. I think Sai is the only one that I'm waiting for. Sai, is your internet connection good? Over.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that. I had to step away for a second.
Every vote
Oh, wow.
matters.
Yeah, wow, man.
Ouch.
Harsh. Harsh.
Honestly, I'm just here to make you feel good.
Okay. So that'll be a subsection of 217 transitions, or is that in a separate section?
So I struck out the transitions because both of the things that we're working on got the executive director stuff got put into section what was it? Well, the executive director one
Yeah.
of 2.9, and then so this one is now 2.13, and then I shuffled the 2.14, the organizational membership and financial records being
Okay.
open. Yeah,
Okay.
so
Are there any other transition specifications that we should make? Okay. Okay. Muuk asks, are the runbook transfers handled by each office? That's a question for Sil.
I have not put a bylaw in about run books, but I think that would be a good thing if we wanted to make that a bylaw instead of just a procedural thing.
That is, I think, something that we collectively voted on, so we should probably add something somewhere.
Let me look at the. Yeah, it's either going to be 2.17 or I'm reading through the election stuff right now.
2.8 would
Stone,
also
do
be
you?
a good section. Expectation section.
0.8. Oh yeah, that works. Stone, do you have that motion from whichever meeting that was on hand? I'm currently looking for it now. Here we go. Got it. All directors are responsible for maintaining a runbook, spelling out how they are implementing their responsibilities. This runbook is to be reviewed for update at least twice a year. Putting that into the committee chat.
Please and thank you. That is now
Excellent.
2.8.4.
Perfect.
Come again?
Specifying that the runbook is a confidential document. Stone motions that the runbook should be a. Oh. Oh, we did? Okay. Thank
Thoughts
you,
on
Sten.
adding the word on maintaining a confidential run book, spelling out how they're implementing their responsibilities instead of making a whole new.
That works.
Okay.
Okay. Oops. Any other Runbook related business before we move on? Okay, on to section 3, board positions. 3.1, executive director. 3.1.1, the executive director's responsibilities. Should delete the first S in directors. And authority are as follows. 3.1.1.1, overseeing DBGA strategic planning and organization. 3.1.1.2, preparation of board meeting agendas. 3.1.1.3, maintenance of the DBGA bylaws. 3.1.1.4, representation and advocacy to all external organizations. Comments on 3.1.1 or 3.1 executive director. It's true. 3.2 Director of Public Relations. 3.2.1 The Director of Public Relations, responsibilities, and authority are as follows. Relations should have an apostrophe after it. 3.2.1.1 Advertising and recruitment efforts on behalf of Dagorhir Battle Games Association, Inc. I've done so much writing this week. I'm right there with you with the spelling errors. To maintain consistency, probably. Maintenance of DBGA copyrights, service marks, trademarks, and other registration of intellectual property. Administration of DBGA social media, websites, and publications. On behalf of DBGA. Okay. Okay, sorry. I got ahead of myself. Let me just read these out loud with all the section numbers. 3.2.1.1 Advertising and recruitment efforts on behalf of DBGA. 3.2.1.2 Maintenance of DBGA copyrights, service marks, trademarks, and other registration of intellectual property. 3.2.1.3 Administration of DBGA social media, website, and publications. 3.2.1.4 Oversee Dagorhir and public community outreach and engagement. 3.2.1.5 Oversee efforts for equity and diversity in Dagorhir. Efforts to promote in 3.2.1.5, perhaps? Good question. Where does overseeing equity and diversity efforts belong?
Saw you there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that
sorry.
was
I'm trying to deal with some other paperwork.
okay. That was one of your direct ones put under the Director of Public Relations, the oversee efforts for equity and diversity in Dagorhir.
We had a question asking why does that belong to public relations rather than executive director or operations? Or something else?
Equity and diversity are largely a matter of public relations because this is how the public perceives what's going on. Their issue, if it didn't fall under them, it would fall under the safety and security security group instead. So it doesn't fall under executive because the executive should be just managing all of the groups. They should not be trying to get into the weeds of any particular thing. Public relations is definitely where we're going to be managing diversity concerns. I mean, I just don't know a better way to say it.
Okay. Any other thoughts about where that belongs? Okay.
Again,
Other comments?
Sorry, guys. Thank you.
Sorry.
I said again. I'm sorry. I'm at a loss for words on that one. Other than that's just where it goes in an organization.
Okay. Other thoughts on, or any other comments on section 3.2 for the Director of Public Relations? Section 3.3, Director of Records. 3.3.1, the Director of Records responsibilities and authority are as follows. Registration and evaluation of Dagorhir chapters and chapter membership. Recording of the minutes at board meetings, 3.3.1.2. 3.3.1.3, DBGA records relating to Dagorhir chapters and Dagorhir membership. What's the verb for 3.3.1.3? Maintaining records?
Yeah.
Okay. Comments on section 3.3, Director of Records. Thoughts on whose job it should be to record minutes at chapter council meetings? Stone, is that a motion to have the Director of Records do that? Okay. Okay. Okay, unless we have a motion to add maintaining the minutes at chapter council meetings, I think we're going to move on. That is a good point to bring up. Thank you, Stone. Okay. Moving on then. Sai says there is no precedent on this either way. Luda says lots of meetings for one person. Okay. I'm going to move on to section 3.4, Director of Finance. 3.4.1, the Director of Finance responsibilities and authority are as follows. Payment of debts incurred by the organization. 3.4.1.2, maintenance of DBGA financial records. 3.4.1.3, collection of fees and dues. 3.4.1.4, disbursement of funds. 3.4.1.5, purchase of any materials needed by the organization. 3.4.1.6, filing of tax information with appropriate government organizations. 3.4.1.7, maintenance of DBGA's corporate and nonprofit status. 3.4.1.8, placeholder. Publish quarterly reports available to all Dagorhir members. Reports of what? I think needs to be specified there. Okay. So our placeholder there now reads, publish quarterly financial reports available to all Dagorhir members. Okay. Okay, and that's in the correct place? Okay. Any objection to this placeholder being made permanent? Was that something that we all voted on or something we proposed but have not voted on? I don't remember. Okay, so does that constitute a motion to have the Director of Finance publish quarterly financial reports available to all Dagorhir members? For us to vote on? Any objection? Okay, no objection, moving on. 3.5, Director of Operations. 3.5.1, or sorry, before we move on, any other comments, concerns, or anything for the Director of Finance? Okay, now moving on. 3.5, Director of Operations. 3.5.1, the Director of Operations, responsibilities and authority are as follows. 3.5.1.1, guidance for the planning and administration of Dagorhir events. 3.5.1.2, maintenance of the Dagorhir Manual of Arms. 3.5.1.3, compliance of equipment with the Dagorhir Manual of Arms, including but not limited to construction guidance and equipment checking standards. This is missing. This one is missing a verb, I think. Like, are they ensuring the compliance of equipment? Overseeing, regulating? Okay. Okay. 3.5.1.4, guidance for battle game activities, including but not limited to scenario planning and heralding standards. 3.5.1.5, training materials for participant combat development and combat safety. 3.5.1.6, coordination of event scheduling between Dagorhir chapters. 3.5.1.7, construction and theme guidance for garb, accessories, and props. 3.5.1.8, guidance for the administration of non-combat entertainment, non-combat competitions, performance arts, and children's activities at events. 3.5.1.9, promotion and elevation of the aesthetic quality of equipment, garb, and camps. 35110. Research and guidance on historic methods and fantasy references. Oops. Trying to. Okay. That's a long one. So comments on 3.5 through 3.513. Since that is about as much as I can fit on my screen at a time.
For which one?
So I think each of these needs an active verb. So for example, the director of operations responsibilities and authority are as follows: providing guidance for the planning and administration of events, maintaining the Dagorhir Manual of Arms, ensuring compliance of equipment with the DAG Manual of Arms, providing guidance for battle game activities. Well, I think that would be the procedure that they use to do so. Is they're the sort of
Okay.
okay.
Of note, and this will come up later, in the Arbiter section. Or no, yeah, in the Arbiter section. We earlier this committee established the term activity and then separated that from event. And so let me post the thing that I wrote. And then for the 513 compliance of equipment, I think, yeah, I wrote provide guidance in accordance to the Manual of Arms, which I think makes more sense.
Okay. Yeah. Is 3513 just meant to talk about like making sure weapons check happens?
More like if somebody has a question, hey,
Okay, so just sort of arbitrate.
yeah, we need a rules lawyer here. Let's go to the board of directors for the final say.
Okay.
How do we interpret what an inch means or whatever? I know, like stuff like that. It depends on how much authority you want the director of operations to have over the rules of the game. Because if you want it to be a chapter thing, the chapters still can do their local rules. Then provide guidance would give them more leeway to say, well, thank you for your guidance, but we're going to have our rule say this locally.
Perhaps provide guidance in the interpretation of the Dagorhir Manual of Arms, including but not limited to construction guidance, blah, blah, blah. Oh, you're typing it, sorry. Too many cooks in the kitchen. Okay. Um, 3515, are they providing training materials? Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So comments on 3.5 through 3.5.1.4. Are we happy with how those sections are phrased, or other comments?
Mook, I don't think you need to provide guidance. I think if training materials is just created, you don't need to provide the guidance for them.
For which one?
3.15.
3.5.1.5?
Yeah. Mook said provide. Yeah, Mook said change that to provide guidance for training
Okay.
materials. I'm taking out create. I think maintain is fine because if there's none that are there, then you have to create them.
Well, if there's none that there, so I think maintain doesn't provide the onus to create non-existent materials. So I think create should still be added.
Actually, yeah, I agree with that.
Like technically, if it just says maintain, they could have like a single half-page leaflet, and that's their training materials. Okay, comments on 3.5.1.5 through 3.5.1.8. I'm a little unclear on what 3.5.1.9 and 3.5.1.10 are trying to do.
Yeah, the committee was considering the director of arts and sciences. And
Yeah. Well, I like
2 weeks ago,
3.5.1.8. And well, I like the idea of it, but currently I don't understand from the phrasing what exactly the director is supposed to do to enact these things. And if we want to leave that open, then that's fine, but. Okay. Maybe promote the elevation of the aesthetic quality of equipment guarding camps?
yeah, I'd get rid of the evaluation.
That's elevation, not
Oh,
evaluation.
elevation. You know, if I could read.
Okay. Comments on 3.5.1.9 and 3.5.1.10. Okay, 3.6, Arbiter. 3.6.1, the Arbiter's responsibilities and authority are as follows. 3.6.1.1, participant health, safety, and security at Dagorhir events. 3.6.1.2, receipt and evaluation of complaints issued against individuals who may have or may in the future participate in Dagorhir activities and associated social media. 3.6.1.3, disciplinary and preventative measures to ensure the security and well-being of participants in Dagorhir activities and associated social media. Is that lifted from the current bylaws? No, okay.
Oh yeah, that was put in from the Director of Security and Safety.
Okay. Yeah. My question was related to we decided to leave the Arbiter stuff alone for them for the new board of directors to and new chapter council to reevaluate and redo later. So if this was that, then it would be appropriate for us to move on. But since it's not,
Yeah, that's not, and you should still go over the Arbiter stuff because not all
Yeah.
of it fits in neatly.
yeah. Well, it just regulates how thoroughly we're going to go through and wordsmith each of these things. Okay, so comments on 3.6 through 3.6.1.3.
Oh, right, I remember now. I made that specifically so that it would fit in with the board position section.
Okay.
A little bit of safety security, like the participant health, safety, and security, that was lifted directly from the
Okay.
Director of Safety and Security. The other two are just an oversight of what the Arbiter is supposed to do.
Yeah. Okay. I don't see any comments, so I think we are good to move on for this. Section 4, board positions, Dagorhir bans and suspensions. Arbiter.
Oh, oops, sorry, that should not say board positions.
Okay.
There we go.
Section 4.
It's its own section because yeah.
Whew.
Yeah.
Oh. Oh dear. Okay.
I
Let's
mean,
go.
yeah, also like some of these like 4.7.3.1.1, that's just keeping consistent with the how I structured everything. It's
Yeah.
still lifted from how they originally wrote it
Yeah.
for the most part.
Okay. Excellent. Let's get going. Okay. 4.1 or section 4, Dagorhir bans and suspensions. Arbiter. 4.1. The purpose of this section is to protect the members of Dagorhir by outlining the disciplinary process. 4.2. Disciplinary actions are intended to protect the membership of Dagorhir. 4.2.1. Jeffrey, go ahead.
Just a point of order. I think previously we had agreed that the Arbiter stuff would stay the same. So if this is directly lifted from previous Arbiter language, do we need to go through all of this part?
So I brought this up just a few minutes ago, but thank you for bringing it up again. And I think the goal here is not to like thoroughly edit, but just to make sure that the way that this has been integrated complies with the rest of the document. Is that correct, Sil?
Yes, there are a couple things that you guys need to look at in particular.
Okay, can you highlight those for us?
They're basically commented or struck
Okay.
out already.
Awesome, thank you. So the goal here, this is like a multi-page section, is not to like thoroughly redo what it's trying to say, just to make sure that what is here is working with the document and functions the way it's supposed to. And then it's up to the new chapter council to scrap it, adjust it, redo it, whatever they want to do once they get elected. We all good with that? Awesome. Cool. Okay, 4.2.1. Issuing a suspension or ban is not to be taken as a claim that an individual is guilty of a criminal offense, nor must a prosecutable offense occur prior to disciplinary action being taken. 4.3, or comments on 4.1 through 4.2.1. Okay. Okay, I'm just going to keep going until someone has a comment. When you have a comment, please specify the section or general section that it's. Awesome, thank you, Lita. If you have a comment, please specify the section or close to the section that you're commenting on so that we can go back. 4.3, type. 4.3.1, suspension, a temporary revocation of an individual's privilege to attend and or participate in Dagorhir events. Suspensions may be up to 2 years in duration and may be local or game-wide. 4311. Suspensions are for lesser misconduct where there is no strong concern for the safety of membership, e.g., an isolated act of minor vandalism. 4312. The duration of the suspension should be proportional to the alleged misconduct. 4313. The term of suspensions can never be applied retroactively. A player must be suspended from participation for some reasonable time from the decision date. 432. Ban. A permanent revocation of an individual's privilege to attend and or participate in Dagorhir events. These may be local or game-wide. 4321. Bans are indicated where there is a strong concern for the safety of the membership and that is unlikely to resolve. This category includes, but is not limited to, sexual offenses and other violent crimes and or a gross violations of the Dagorhir Code of Conduct. 4.4. A player receiving multiple suspensions for the same or similar conduct should also be considered for a ban. 4.5. Scope of bans and suspensions. 4.5.1. Game-wide. These are given only by the Arbiter and are in effect across all chapters. Arbiter methodology is detailed fully in Section 3, but those who receive a game-wide suspension or game-wide ban will be added to the Arbiter's list. That's just highlighted to update the section.
Wait, hold on. Where are you?
Specified. 4351 says detailed in Section 3, but that's probably 4 point something something.
Sorry, say the 451. Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that
Fourth-
section 3 is lifted. I missed that one when I was editing.
All good. I'm going to move on while we're dealing with that though. 4511. No individual appearing on the Arbiter's list will be allowed to attend Dagorhir events for the duration of their name is on that list. 4512. No chapter has the authority to waive or ignore that list, i.e. the ban list. 4513. Chapter leadership must seek to enforce the Arbiter's list at all Dagorhir events by requiring attendees who are not known to chapter check-in personnel to present valid ID at check-in. 4514. Chapters will give no other membership privileges to individuals appearing on the Arbiter's list for the duration that the person's name is on that list. 4515. The heads of Troll for Ragnarok and other large Dagorhir events will have the responsibility to deny admittance to any person appearing on the Arbiter's list. These are highlighted. There is a comment that reads, proposed to change, 4513. Change Dagorhir events to Dagorhir activities. In 4513. Change 4515 to read, a head of Troll may be appointed for a Dagorhir event. The head of Troll will have the responsibility to deny admittance to any person. So the change to 4513 is specifying activities rather than events because we have a new definition for event. The edit to 4515 is specifying that we assign heads of Troll to all events and that person at any of those events. Or not to all events, but for
a
events.
event. Yeah.
And that person then has the authority and responsibility to deny admittance, blah, blah, blah. So you have a question on 4513? Go ahead.
Yes, 4513, it says, quote, who are not known to chapter check-in personnel. Why are we making an exception?
So you're saying that everyone should provide a valid ID at check-in?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. So this is for the chapter, local practice. And I was thinking about the waiver. I don't think there's any real enforcement of the Dagorhir waiver.
I'm sorry, say again.
There's no, as far as I'm aware, there's no, through the chapter contract or through the bylaws, any enforcement of the waiver that we currently use for most events.
Ludus says,
What do you mean by
yes, we enforce
enforcement?
the waiver at our Atari events.
Yeah, well, everyone enforces it, but I don't think it's required by anything. So,
All right. So again, I can only speak from the local experiences and experiences I've gone to larger events. Larger events always maintain an on-site waiver for at least that event, which typically looks like the Dagorhir waiver or an expanded version thereof. Locally, whenever we check in for larger events, and whenever we fill out waivers initially, we do require a valid state ID.
Okay, so for the sake of moving this along, side, are you motioning for us to require all activities to have people check in with IDs? Or amend this phrasing?
So again, looking at it one more time, because we're at this point, we're trying to define how it is that chapters need to manage their chapters, but we're also trying to identify how the arbiters list is going to be managed as well. That is a really tough call.
Ben?
No, this was something written by the original. This is in the original addendum.
So this is copy pasted basically. Okay.
Yeah, that's why there's the proposed changes on the comment.
Okay, so okay. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm down with that.
Okay. Okay. Any objection to updating event here to activity to reflect our new definition of activity? Okay, so let's make that change. Any objection to the change to 4515, which basically changes the first phrase or expands the first section? Instead of the heads of Troll for Ragnarok and other large events, it says, new phrasing, a head of Troll may be appointed for a Dagorhir event. The head of Troll will have the responsibility to deny admittance to any person appearing on the Arbiter's list.
No, this is for, okay, so the
So
if chapter leadership is supposed to enforce the arbiter's list, then when you get to an event, well, it's head of Troll, right? It's not the chapter leadership anymore. So now we have to appoint a chapter leadership or a head of Troll.
So difference being for activities that could be paid or non-paid, like a local practice would be an activity. This is specifying just for paid events where people pay a entry fee. Theoretically for larger stuff.
If that was a question, then yes.
Okay. With a paid admission fee.
Yes. Because the other thing is, and this is when they're using events. Okay, so cool. Chapter leadership must enforce at all Dagorhir events. But then there's large Dagorhir events, and it's like, what the hell?
Specifically regarding how the new thing, the head of Troll may be appointed, the way it's phrased currently would mean that an event leadership could choose to not appoint a head of Troll, and then no one is responsible for denying admittance to people on the list.
Well, I mean, like even like a Gates of Fire or Baden Hill. Right, but is the chapter leadership of Rome sitting as head of Troll? Or do they appoint somebody?
Okay, so I think the consensus is that the spirit of that should be maintained, but we're getting a little bogged down. I see Sai is in the process of typing something.
Yeah, and, and I do understand that the idea was to keep this
Okay.
largely unchanged, but I saw that and went, "Whoa, that is a mess."
Yeah. So thinking about alternative phrasing. Okay. Possible new phrasing. Chapter leadership may appoint a head of troll for Dagorhir activities. The head of troll or chapter leadership will have the responsibility to deny admittance to any person appearing on the Arbiter's list. And then if it's a small activity like a local practice, then it's the chapter leadership or whoever's there that is responsible for denying admittance to people that are banned. That is seconded. Any objection? Okay, let's go with that. Four, 5, 2, local. These are given only local bans. These are given only by local chapter leadership. If anyone else has comments on 4513 through 4515, put it in the chat. But I'm going to move on otherwise. These are given only by the local chapter leadership and affect only that chapter. 4521. Local leadership may discipline an individual for any reason permissible under the chapter's bylaws and code of conduct, for Dagorhir rule breaking or for other misconduct. 4522. Even if no game-wide disciplinary action is taken by an arbiter, local leadership may still suspend or ban an individual from their chapter. 4523. Any procedures must be fairly, equitably, and impartially conducted. 4524. Neutral decision makers should be responsible for making the final decision in any disciplinary action, never a witness. 46. Arbiter. 461. The arbiter is considered a director of the board of directors for the purposes of the DBGA bylaws. 462. General purpose. The arbiter will investigate written complaints regarding members or others who attend Dagorhir events, and based on an investigation, will issue a written decision. The result may be a game-wide suspension, a game-wide ban, or the conclusion that no game-wide disciplinary action needs to be taken. The arbiter is responsible for the communication of this decision, for maintaining a record of it, and providing updates to chapters regarding the arbiter's list. This is all detailed in subsequent sections. I think that's for the new chapter council to deal with, as if they rewrite this section. 462, candidate requirements due to the sensitive nature of the position, 463, the candidate must be a member of an active Dagorhir chapter at the time of election. 464, the candidate must have been a continuous member of an active Dagorhir chapter for the past 4 years, but does not have to be an active fighter. 465, the candidate must have previous experience as an official Dagorhir chapter administrator. 466, the candidate should have a reputation for fairness and level-headedness and must not be under any active suspensions or bans. Reading section 5 for context. Or
Is there anything specifically in section 5? Because there's 12 points in there.
elections
Should
in
just be moved
May,
over.
elected by the chapter council, director, simple majority, vote unopposed, assumes office automatically, appoints elections officer. Candidates undergo background checks. BOD candidates not under ban or suspension. Announce candidacy by April 2nd. 1-year terms. There's some stuff detailed in that section that is not specified here, I think.
Yeah, the 4 years of continuous membership, it could be moved down to section 5. 463 must be an active, member of an active Dagorhir chapter would be covered in section 5. And then the reputation for fairness and level-headedness would not be covered in section 5.
Yeah, 466 isn't covered.
Or if you want to keep 465 too.
465 isn't covered. Though, given our recent difficulties getting candidates for Arbiter, it could be reasonable to reduce this just for getting a new Arbiter elected. If that's a decision that we want to make.
Yeah, that's why it's stricken out.
Okay. Stone, is that a motion to cut this section here and paste it in elections and then deal with it there? Okay, is that motion seconded? Okay. Alternative motion. Stone, you had a motion to strike 465? Yeah, well, the striking the whole thing hasn't been seconded, so I don't think we can move forward with that. Is everyone here?
Yeah, Mook. Or Mook.
Yeah. I think we should approach each of these. I don't think we have the support to strike the entire section, but I think we should go through these line by line. So yes, I agree. Okay. Jeffrey says doesn't mind getting rid of the whole requirements for office given how difficult it made it to get an arbiter candidate. Okay, so in that case, Jeffrey, does that constitute seconding Stone's motion to move this all down to elections and then deal with the individual criteria there? And probably get rid of a number of them? Seconded to move. Any objection to moving this to elections and dealing with it there? Okay, let's do that. 4-7. Performance and duties. 4-7-1. Written complaints. The arbiter must fairly and impartially investigate complaints brought to their attention in writing. 4711. Absent specific hardship, communications should be made to arbiter@dagorhir.com. If the complainant does not have the ability to transmit the complaint and or documentation in electronic format, materials can be mailed to Arbiter, DBGA, one blah 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 address. That is currently our current address of record for like tax filing purposes and stuff like that, right? I think for now, yes, I like that motion. So Stone motions to change the specific address here to the one we added to, where was it? 2.8. Somewhere up here. The address maintained by the executive director. Is that seconded? Seconded. Okay, any objection? Okay, let's do that. Uh, 4712, a complainant may be local chapter leadership or a chapter member. 4713, documentation provided to the arbiter in relation to a complaint should be as comprehensive and detailed as possible. When available, links to external sources of information should be provided, e.g. court records, media articles, etc. 4714, the arbiter may not begin investigations absent complaints and may not solicit or suggest complaints. 472, investigation. The arbiter should make reasonable efforts to promptly and fully investigate the matter to include contacting and interviewing all involved parties, verifying sources, and otherwise obtain full details. However, 4721, unavailability of the person about whom a complaint was filed is not a bar to disciplinary action being taken. 4722, in situations where the arbiter has verified that the individual has existing criminal convictions for offenses that the arbiter believes speaks to that individual being a danger to the membership, disciplinary action can be taken without conducting interviews. 473, written decision. The arbiter must make a written record of all decisions made, ideally in PDF format, which should include 4731. Details of the individual being considered for disciplinary action, if known. 47311. Legal name. 47312. Game name. 47313. Home chapter. 47314. Birth date. 4732. Details of the complainant, as in items 3.03a through c above. That's going to need to be updated. 4733. Documentation provided initially and or collected during the investigation. 4734. The disciplinary action, if any. 47341, a game-wide suspension and duration, or 47342, a game-wide ban, or 47343, a conclusion that no action needs to be taken. (4735), the rationale for the decision made. Note that the arbiter is not a court of law, and as such, no ultimate finding of fact will occur for allegations. That is, the arbiter must not conclude, absent criminal conviction, that any particular offense definitively occurred. Note to update birth date to date of birth. Rather, the arbiter is engaging in risk management on behalf of Dagorhir and will make decisions with an eye to player safety. 4736. The color code RYG for each category in the DBGA provided ban suspension rubric. 474. Communication. The arbiter has a duty to communicate any written decision as follows. 4741. To the local leadership of the affected chapter or chapters. 4742. To the DBGA BOD. 4743 to the complainant, but only whether there was a suspension, a ban, or no action taken. 4744 to the person named in the complaint. 47441, a general privacy respecting context for the decision, e.g. due to multiple complaints around causing physical altercations at events. 47442, the length of any suspension or that they have been banned or that no action was taken. 475, appointed alternate. In situations where there may be a conflict of interest, the arbiter must appoint an investigator. To be perfectly clear, arbiters may not investigate any complaint where they are friends with any involved parties or where they are involved in the matter under discussion. Those are not, however, the only situations in which the arbiter may need to absent themselves. The following apply. 4751, the alternate may also not have any conflicts of interest in the matter being considered. 4752, the appointment of an alternate lasts only for the duration of the current investigation. 4753, the alternate is not a BOD member. 4754, the alternate closely familiar as opposed to friends. Good point. The alternate takes over responsibility for the investigation, written decision, and communication as detailed above. 4755, the name of the alternate, the arbiter's reasoning for recusing themselves, and the rationale for appointing that alternate shall also be included in the written decision above. 476, lists and records. 4761, the arbiter is responsible for maintaining the written decisions of previous arbiters as well as the written decisions for all complaints registered during their tenure. 4762, the arbiter is responsible for maintaining the arbiter's list of game-wide suspensions and bans. Arbiter's list. 47621, the arbiter's list will contain all members under game-wide bans or suspensions and should contain 476211, legal name, 476212, game name, 476213, home chapter, 476214, birth date probably updated to date of birth. 47622, the arbiter should provide an updated list to active chapters, with the understanding that this is not to be disseminated publicly. Regarding what? Yeah. Thank you. So, yeah. 4763. For all records which are kept electronically, the arbiter must maintain backups as well as take reasonable steps to secure the data from unauthorized access or modification. Removal. Note that this is suggested to be stricken because it will fall under the removal of a director section later in the document. Stone says, can I move it? Seconded.
I'm back. What am I moving?
The removal section that is strike through. We have.
Where am I moving it to?
Well, yeah. Like, just make sure that any specific provisions in there are also under removal of a director. Appeal and reversal of decisions. 481, appeals to arbiter. 4811, requirements. 48111, if a person received a game-wide suspension for a period exceeding a year, they may petition the arbiter after 1 year. 48112, if a person received a game-wide ban, they may petition the arbiter after 5 years. 48113, the person requesting reconsideration must provide, in writing, an explanation of how they are no longer a danger to Dagorhir membership. They should also include any relevant documentation. 48114, if denied, the request can be repeated no more than once every 2 years. 482, arbiter options. 4821, the arbiter may deny the request. 4822, the arbiter may request additional information before deciding. 4823, the arbiter may grant the request. If granted, 48231, a new written decision should be created containing all of the previous information, as well as 48232, the written reconsideration request and all supplemental information. 48233, the arbiter's rationale for approving the request. 48234, the arbiter should communicate this information as when the original written decision was initially created. 483, reversal by vote. 4831, any arbiter decision can be reversed with a supermajority, 4/5 vote of the active chapters of Dagorhir who cast votes. Stone? 4832. The person disciplined must provide a request for this vote to the DBGA in writing. 4833. The arbiter may provide aspects of the written decision to the local leadership of the chapter council before the vote, with the understanding that the privacy of wronged parties must be respected where the subject matter is sensitive. The request 4834. The request for a vote may be made no more than once every 2 years for any specific decision. 5. Elections. 5.1. And this is the end of section 4, the end of the arbiter section. 5.1. Elections to the board shall be held in May. 5.2. The board of directors shall be elected by the chapter council. 5.3. A director must win a simple majority vote to assume office. 5.4. Any candidate who runs unopposed shall assume office automatically. Numbering update. The chapter council shall appoint an elections officer to oversee the administration of the election. This officer may not currently be in the board of directors or be running for a position on the board. 5.6. Any candidate running for the executive director, director of finance, director of operations, or arbiter must undergo a criminal case search of publicly available legal databases. These criminal case searches are to be conducted by the elections officer chosen by the chapter council. The results of this search will be shared with the chapter council prior to the election for the purposes of determining if the candidate is fit for office. Comments on section 5.1 through 5.6. Is there a reason that the other executive directors are not part of 5.6? Okay, the reason is that it costs money. Okay. Which ones are not mentioned? Public relations and records?
Yes.
Motion to amend this to read any candidate running for a board of directors position must undergo.
I agree.
Okay. So new motion to amend that to read any candidate running for a board of directors position must undergo. Is that seconded? That is seconded. Any objection? No objections. Okay, let's add it or amend it. .7 BOD candidates may not be under active national ban or suspension. 5.8 Potential BOD members must officially announce their candidacy to the electing body no later than April 2nd. 5.9 Background checks are to be completed and the results shared no later than May 1st. 5.10 A board member's elected term is 1 year beginning on August 1st. 5.1.1 Any candidate who runs unopposed shall assume office beginning on August 1st. 5.12
It's 11 and 12, sir.
Oh, oh my gosh. I'm starting to get tired, sorry.
Drink some coffee.
Good catch. I really need to.
Guys, I just came back from an event this weekend. What's your
Oh
excuse?
gosh. How are you still awake?
You all must be exhausted.
Yeah.
Suggestion to add the year they are elected or after they are elected to 5.10 and 5.11. Okay. How are they announcing their candidacy? Do we want to add something saying that the election official supervisor person must declare a means? Okay, sure. Supervisor and to the electing body. Okay, yeah.
Well, but this is only the chapter council that's voting on this now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, true. 5.11.
$11, sir.
Shall assume office automatically. It is 11. Gosh. Yeah, that does contradict 5.4.
Oh, yeah, actually it's doesn't contradict it, it just
Well,
it repeats it basically.
yeah. Motion to strike 5.4 and just keep 5.11 and update numbering. Oh. Thank you, Runa. Currently 5.12, board members may seek re-election during their term. 5.13, an elected board member may voluntarily resign from office before the end of their term. New 5.13, a special election may be held if any board member is removed from office or resigns. The chapter council must pass a motion to hold the election. Any election protocols specific to that seat are to be followed. Comments on anything up to 5.13? (5.13.1) If a position is vacated out of cycle 90 days or more before the end of a director's term, the chapter council may open a period of nomination for 30 days, followed by an out of election cycle. Luda points out that in 10.7, a board member assumes their position around 90 days after election, so this deadline needs attention.
There's no longer section 10, but I think it was like it was the chapter council removal of the director.
Well, regardless, if they are elected, when was it? In
They're
May?
May, and they take office in August, which was just a few lines above this.
Yeah, if they start August 1st, then that's still, yeah, that's like 60 days from the end of May to August 1st, roughly. Because that's the months of June and July, and then, so that would be 90 and 60 is 150 days from the time that somebody left office to the new election cycles people's take office, which is half a year.
And
Luda?
so I was the one who drafted this section, so I was really catching my own little issue here. Perhaps if if people get elected in May and there's already a vacancy, perhaps this could be worded similar to what we did with the Magister and Arbiter. That is, if a position is vacated out of cycle by May, the board of directors or whatever, or the chapter council may choose to allow the newly elected person to take office early. Something like that.
Stone? So this is specifically talking about that period between like our standard election cycle and the new people taking office and what happens if there's no one currently in the position. Could we just add a line saying if a board of candidate is elected and nobody is currently in that position, they assume the position immediately?
Yeah, I would say the more important thing to really talk about is what if a board of director position is vacated, say in December. There should be some way to elect a new person.
Yeah. Yeah. So maybe this could be in addition to 513.1, not in place of. Typing, sorry. So proposed. Okay. So in motions that we add a section 514 that reads. If a BOD candidate is elected to a position that is not filled, the chapter council may vote by simple majority to have the newly elected candidate fill the position immediately. Or wait, that's what I had, sorry. I copied the wrong thing, sorry. My bad. Fixing. One sec. That. And. Okay. That's the correct motion. Motion to add 514. If a BOD candidate is elected to a position that is vacant, the candidate will fill the position immediately. Is that seconded?
I thought that was kind of the idea behind 13.1. Is you have the whole out of cycle election.
Yeah, it's just the way 513.1 currently functions is if it's like, I don't know. Yeah.
I don't think it hurts. It just seems like, well, duh, that's kind of what 513.1 says, followed by an out of cycle election. You'd assume that after the election happens, the person would assume office.
Sai?
So I think the general point here is that instead of waiting out the rest of the term, because the elections don't happen at the very end, that this could be picked up as as soon as 2 months before, or if a emergency vote had to happen, it can be happen immediately there too. So I kind of like the method of going about stating that this can be made by large vote for it to take place immediately. I think it's a really good idea, and it clarifies things, especially whenever it comes to trying to establish legal space.
Okay. Any objection to adding 514? If a board of director candidate is elected to a position that is vacant, the candidate will fill the position immediately. Okay. Okay, let's add 514 then. And if we're adding 514, I propose that we amend 513 to and just add the text, may assign the responsibilities of the position to another director or group of directors until that position is filled.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Comments on sections 513 or 514? Okay, I think we are ready to move on. If you do have comments, put them in the chat. 4, 6. Okay, the stuff that got moved down, the Arbiter stuff. Must be a member of an active Dagorhir chapter at the time of election. Is that already stated in section 5?
No.
Do we want? Just for the sake of expedience, do we want to just vote on these in turn? Yeah. Okay. So yeah. I'm just sorry, I'm just gonna type it into drafts. Okay. So first upcoming vote. Motion, the candidate must be a member of an active Dagorhir chapter at the time of election. I'm going to amend that slightly and say the candidate for a VOD position.
What's your reasoning for saying no?
That's true. This does exclude mercenaries. Personally, in my capacity as like a Dagorhir participant, I would say no, just for the sake of I feel like we should lean toward reducing the requirements for elected positions where we can. The problem we've had in the past has tended toward not having enough candidates running. Yeah. We're going to be we're going to be voting to apply yes or no, basically to apply on whether we want to apply each of these to all the board of directors election candidates. What we're doing now is we're going to imminently vote to either yes or no on requiring BOD candidates to be members of active chapters. Okay, so we're going to put that to a vote. I don't see any objection. It is in the committee motions chat. Wait, what'd I miss? Okay, so suggested alternative phrasing. Sai, hand?
Yeah. So there is a problem. You got people out there who are in kind of no man's land spaces that they're playing Dagorhir, been playing Dagorhir. They're well aware of everything that works, but they just physically don't live near a chapter and they have a hard time getting there. However, given that the chapter council can nominate anybody to lead it, regardless of their membership in a specific chapter, I don't see why this wouldn't also be the case for anything else here. If the candidate must be a member of an active Dagorhir chapter or nominated by an active Dagorhir chapter at the time of election, that makes sense. I fully second what Cyril is saying.
So far, I haven't heard anyone supporting that only chapter members should be allowed to run for office. But procedurally, we're just running through each of these requirements that were originally for the arbiter position and deciding whether we want to apply them to the board of directors.
Right, but what would happen? My concern is, my concern is what would happen whenever we finally get everything straightened out. Zormvangal is no longer a part of anything, and one of my people wants to go in there and run for a position. They are not an active member of Dagorhir, and just because they're known, they could potentially land in a leadership position. This is bad. We need to make sure that they are absolutely an active Dagorhir chapter member or nominated by an active Dagorhir chapter. I'm sorry.
I think nominated does work. Because elected can't. Okay. So Cyril gave us the newest phrasing, and I think we're ready to vote on that unless there is any objection. Thank you, Cyril. Okay. Motion is in the chat. Voting time.
Jeffrey had to step away again.
Okay, that passes. Sai, can you add that in somewhere that it makes sense? Or sorry, Sil.
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, next one's going to be the candidate must have been a continuous member of an active Dagorhir chapter for the past 4 years, but does not have to be an active fighter. That's the text from the original Arbiter bylaws. For the same reason we were talking about nominated by an active chapter for the last one, I think here this excludes mercenaries and people that don't belong to active chapters, but are still active participants in Dagorhir. Sirle proposes we strike the active fighter section. I don't think anywhere else specifies something must be a fighter, so I think that makes sense. Continuous member of Dagorhir measured by event participation? Or activity participation or something? I mean, not that I'm not saying we should include that text, but I think that's what this is implying, correct? Membership registration? You know, to be fair, I think it would be difficult to get. Yeah. Okay, well. So do we even want to vote on this? Motion to strike this line completely. Is that seconded? Seconded. Any objection? No objection. Moving on. 465. The candidate must have previous experience as an official Dagorhir chapter administrator. Motion to strike this line. Is that motion seconded? Or I guess not. What are our thoughts about this line? Do we like it? Do we dislike it? Do we want to amend it? Do we want to just vote on it as is? Sai?
Yeah, if we're gonna strike the other requirement of time in service kind of thing, we should be getting rid of this one too.
Okay, so Sai agrees with striking. Sirle agrees with striking. Okay, I hear 3 voices for striking. Is this seconded?
Second.
Okay, motion to strike is seconded. Any objection? I don't see any objection. Okay. 466. A candidate should have a reputation for fairness and level-headedness and must not be under any active suspensions or bans. Do we mention suspensions or bans elsewhere in section 5? We do. Okay, so that's now redundant. Excellent, thank you. And we discussed and voted on that specific text earlier. Okay. So now we're specifically dealing with the reputation for fairness and level-headedness line. We have a motion to strike.
Second.
Motion is seconded. Any objection? No objection. Okay, and then the removal of Arbiter section here, we brought down from Arbiter. And we're going to talk about this in the context of removal of a director. Yeah, let's move this down to after 6, and then we can address anything that didn't get addressed already. Thank you, Sil. 6, removal of a director. 6.1. A director removal for cause happens when the chapter council decides to remove a director from their position on the board of directors for a specific reason. 6.2. Reasons for removing a director may include, but are not limited to, incompetence in fulfilling their duties. 6.2.1. 6.2.2. Dereliction of duties. 6.2.3. Unethical behavior. 6.2.4. Conviction of a crime. Okay, Sai?
Yeah, 624 could be anything from a misdemeanor to a felony. So
I mean, yeah, should somebody
it
be
doesn't
removed as a
actually
director for
specify
jaywalking,
anything.
for example?
Correct, but I mean, so conviction of a crime. I mean, I would say conviction of a felony. But as far as none of things are exactly defined right now, so that's a bit of a problem right here. You guys figure out how you want to handle that.
It's made to be a non-exhaustive list.
No, I understand, but when we say unethical behavior, what you're doing is you're applying a moral standard that hasn't been established within the community.
I feel like saying may include instead of someone will be removed for these reasons might leave enough ambiguity there that it doesn't need to be defined here. Over.
Sai? Wait, we already got your hand, right? Did
You
we address
did.
your
I'm
hand?
good.
Or... We did, okay. Sorry. I would say felony here instead of crime, or at least get a little more specific than crime. Because if it's just crime, that could be a speeding ticket, I don't know. Or a traffic violation.
You have a DUI. I don't think a DUI is a felony.
Well, that would be unethical behavior. Or if we were determined to remove someone from office for a DUI, we could do it under unethical behavior.
I don't.
Point.
Federally.
So saying that we don't have to define DUI is because this is an inexhaustive list.
So does that mean we remove the conviction line?
Yeah, I'd still argue for crime, but that's because I don't find a DUI being an unethical behavior, unless you find drinking to be unethical. Or driving to be unethical.
Driving while drunk is unethical.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty common thought.
Yeah, misconduct. I would absolutely say misconduct. Unethical behavior or misconduct.
Okay. Okay. Okay, support for misconduct. Awesome. Other comments for section 6.2 through 6.25? Runa, go ahead.
I think when we were doing the original Arbiter bylaws rewrite, we purposefully did not include the terms felony or misdemeanor because we didn't want to get into the differences between states. And there was some discussion with a lawyer in that, and I don't remember the details, but it might be important for that crime line.
Okay.
I think I'm missing something from what I remember, and I don't.
Okay. Do we think that we could just use the unethical behavior or misconduct to apply to anything that would be a criminal conviction of some sort or another? So any reason, anytime we would try to remove someone from office for a criminal offense, we could do it using unethical behavior or misconduct?
I mean, technically, you could also do it for committing a crime. It's just that we don't have to specify that in the bylaws because this is
Yeah.
an exhaustive list.
True. So motion to strike convicted of a felony 624.
Second.
That is seconded? Okay. Any objection? No objection. Okay. 6.3. Any member of an active Dagorhir chapter may bring a case of removal for cause to the attention of the chapter council during either a regular meeting or an emergency meeting. Six 4. The chapter council will determine the appropriate course of action needed to investigate the claim. And add the text during a regular or emergency meeting there. Okay. Okay, shouldn't this be done by the Arbiter? I think this, okay. Comments on 6.3 or 6.4. There is a comment here saying, shouldn't this be done by the Arbiter? Yeah, I think this can be done in parallel with Arbiter proceedings, but.
And I think 6.4 covers whether any issues where, like, if it's the Arbiter that needs to be removed. 6.4 gives the chapter council the leeway to avoid that awkward situation.
Okay, 6.5. Any investigation will be bound by a period of 30 days. Following that, the chapter council must meet within 15 days to rule on the evidence found. 6.6. A director may be removed for cause by a 2/3 vote of the chapter council. Comments on 6.3 through 6.6. Removal of Arbiter. And this is where we're checking to make sure all the removal of Arbiter text is reflected here, as if we want it to be. If Dagorhir membership believes that the Arbiter is not acting in the best interests of Dagorhir, any local chapter leadership may call for a vote of no confidence by making a written request to the DBGA. They must include their rationale for the request. That is not the process here. Does this process that we have adequately replace the text of the Arbiter removal process here? It's just being brought to the chapter council instead of the BOD. Okay, so motion to strike this first section of removal from Arbiter, or removal of the Arbiter.
Seconded.
Motion seconded. Any objection? Okay, let's get rid of it. Within 2 weeks of receipt, the DBGA must call for a vote among the active chapters of Dagorhir. A 2/3 majority of the chapters who cast the vote is necessary to remove the Arbiter. I think that's reflected. So 30 days. Investigation, 15 days. Like the time frame's a little different, but it's still a 2/3 majority of the chapter council. If the Arbiter is removed, a new election must occur ASAP. That hurts me. And should take place via the same forum as the removal vote.
Wait, that's actually in the
Is that in
It
the
is.
bylaws?
it's in the bylaws.
Oof. Okay, can we strike that? Motion to strike.
Second.
Okay. If an Arbiter is removed, any decision they make during their tenure can be immediately appealed to the next Arbiter by either the complainant or the banned suspended individual. It is the responsibility of local leadership for each chapter to ensure that the DBGA has accurate contact information so that they can be informed of these votes. That is not currently reflected. So what would the first of those sections be? Okay. So let's deal with that. Yeah. Okay. So okay, so new motion. I think that's an appeal, so I think that makes sense as 4.8. I think 4.8.4 makes more sense because that's the appeals section. Let me edit that. Okay, is that seconded?
Second.
Motion seconded. Since we're actually adding this, do we want to vote on it? Okay, then yeah. Any objection? No objection, let's add it back in.
We are doing this as an 8.4, or was it going under
4.8.4,
8.4?
yes.
Okay.
Um, Which votes is this even talking about? Votes for removal of Arbiter? The these votes line? Okay. Okay, so motion to second that entire strike that entire sentence? Okay. That looks to be seconded. Any objection? I don't see objection. I think we can strike it. Okay, 6 is done. Woo. 2 more.
It's more like 1.5.
Okay, 1.5 more. Section 7, Chapter Council, 7.1. The Chapter Council, CC, consists of 2 representatives, reps from each active chapter, holding a notarized contract with the DBGA. Each active chapter must have their own method for deciding their reps, who will serve for terms of at least 6 months, excepting in extenuating circumstances. I think may. Must requires that each chapter's method be unique, I think. Or at least that seems to be the implication. The way I read this. Yeah, may. 7.2. A notarized chapter of DBGA is considered an active chapter after fulfilling the following requirements. 7.2.1 holds at least one organizational meeting, practice, skill share, and or event per month. 7.2.1.1. A gathering can fulfill this requirement if held virtually due to extenuating circumstances. We have a hand. Go ahead.
Just a very small point. I feel that the word after should be replaced with upon.
Okay. In 7.2, you mean?
Yeah, you're
Okay.
doing it right.
Okay. Cool. Hold one organizational meeting, practice, skill share, and or event that can be held virtually. 7.2.2 maintains a base of at least 5 members who attend aforementioned gatherings. 7.2.3 maintains the basic officers of administrator, secretary, and treasurer. 7.2.4 updates the director of records of any changes in officers and or their contact information. 7.2.5 must report internal bans and disciplinary actions of members to the arbiter. Comments on section 7.2. I mean, I think that's going to happen regardless.
Get hand.
Yeah, go ahead.
The once per month requirement. That's first off, that's kind of an issue because wintertime, a lot of people
Yeah.
aren't very active. And second, college campuses are seasonal. And if there's a
That's
chapter
true.
based on a college, they will definitely not be able to if all of their reps are gone.
That's from the chapter contract?
Winter is an extenuating circumstance. I'm sorry.
Did we make a vote on this? Let me check my notes. Yeah, I know we discussed it, but I don't remember if we voted on it or not. Because I don't see anything on my list of stuff we voted on. Sorry. Sai, go ahead.
All right, so I don't have any problem with the idea of having like a minimum standard as far as activity goes, because you got some places that'll go in there and set up a chapter contract and then do absolutely nothing for 3/4 of the year. But we I would say like a minimum of, you figure you got 12 months, if you got 4 months for really bad weather, whatever they're weak, then fine. You still got 8. So 8 with 2 practices a month, that's 16. Put a setup for like what 16 or 16 events. I don't know, however you want to call it, because right now an event and a practice are the same thing in a chapter contract.
So,
That's
sorry,
all
you
I
were
got.
breaking up a little. You were saying like perhaps a minimum standard more on like an annual measurement.
Yeah, because I mean, if you figure, am I coming across okay?
Now you are.
Awesome. So if you figure that you've got an average of 4 months a year that are really bad, for some places where they just do not want to get out in the snow or they don't want to get together, and you average say two practices a month. If you have 2 practices a month over 8 months, that's 16 practices. I mean, that gives you more than enough coverage for the year for activity. And right now, a practice in Garb is considered an event as far as the contract is concerned.
Okay. I like the idea of having it be measured per year, and that accounts for areas with like, add the word average.
Yeah, one month on average.
Okay.
Or once a month on average.
Okay. Any objection to adding the word on average to the end of 7.2.1? So baseline 12 per year. Okay, Moot clears hand. Bregadon, do you still have something to bring up? Sorry.
So it became it. I'll just say it, and you guys can decide whether or not it's still relevant.
Okay.
Because the way that it's worded right now, it could be 2 guys in a basement making weapons, and then they could be like, and then they could say, our chapter held an event or a skill share, as is written the way that it is right this second. Do we want that, or does it need to be a little more strictly defined as to what those 12 things on average should be?
722, I think, identifies they must have at least 5 members per meeting.
Oh yeah, okay. I didn't see that
Does
before,
that-
but it's still kind of like you could have a build day with your buddies at your like are they doing Dagorhir things, or are they just hang out and smoke weed? That's fair. No. I'm not talking about the number of people necessarily. I'm
Yeah.
talking about
Well,
what are you actually doing Dagorhir things, or are you like saying you're having a build day and then you're just hanging out in your basement or whatever? Like, I don't know how strict the wording needs to be, if any change needs to happen, but
I mean,
like I
yeah.
think my
No,
point
that's
is
an important point to bring up. Yeah. Like that is an important point. Does a group of people hanging out and tangentially doing things that we would consider Dagorhir qualify? And I think it should, personally. Like, I think that, like, 5 people hanging out in their basement, like, doing a little weapon stuff and mostly hanging out, I think that's fine. Sai?
Yeah, real simply, in the spirit of Dagorhir makes a lot of sense, especially when we're considering that you have a number of groups who are very much ANS focused and not as combat focused, but they still put together people out there to swing every now and then, so long as we're still trying to set up for people participating in the greater community.
Okay. That's a really good point to bring up, though. Thank you. I would add, well, if we're trying to add the spirit of Dagorhir, I would add it after the word event. Or maybe we add 7.2.1.1. Something like that. Or to 7.2.1.2. That would also work. Gatherings must be open to all members of the chapter and must operate in the spirit of Dagorhir. Hmm. Holds at least one organizational meeting, practice, Skillshare, and/or event per month on average. Instead of and, say each, maybe? And I think open to all implies that it's open to all of Dagorhir. And I think chapters holding like chapter practices should still qualify. Even if they're not like open and advertised to all of Dagorhir nationally. Okay, so new phrasing in the chat. Do we like that? You seem thoughtful.
Yeah, my problem here is that events should be open to all members of Dagorhir regardless of their chapter membership.
Okay. Okay. And chapters could then have their own chapter stuff, but it wouldn't be one of these 12 events that is required for chapter activity. I think that's fair, yeah. So then new phrasing, each activity should be open to all members of Dagorhir. Oh, and I missed an I. There we go. Sai, go ahead.
All right, so just on tracking it, this concept is about just the trying to reach your minimum number of quote unquote events, and if we're making sure that it's open for all of Dagorhir, just for instance, would it be possible for some chapter to list the 12 mandatory event or practice days a year on a Dagorhir page of some sort and say, okay, look, everyone's been notified when you can be here for that, and provided they hold all 12 of those, that would actually meet their requirement?
That is the intent of this, yes, I believe.
Cool, just want to make sure. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't even think chapters are required to advertise these activities. Like advertising, I think that is a good thing to do, not that. Like okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I couldn't catch that. You were breaking up a little.
I was just saying I spoke out of turn. My
Oh, sorry.
apologies.
No, you're all good. Okay. Okay, so comments on 721 or 722? 723 maintains the basic officers, admin, secretary, treasurer. 724 updates the director of records of any changes in officers and contact info. 725 reports internal bans and discipline. Comments on that last section, or 723 through 725. 7.3 consistent and or flagrant dismissal of these requirements will be grounds for removal of any chapter's active status. After being removed, reinstatement of active status will require review and then vote of confidence from both the director of records and the chapter council head.
Evening, fellows and ladies.
Hello. Where's the link to this document so Reacher can catch
I've
up?
got it. You're
There we
good.
go. You got it? Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's the Google document that I was sent a while back.
It should be, yeah.
If not, I'm reading it on your screen. So
Is it the
thank
one
you.
that everyone's accessing?
Oh.
Up here at the top. Okay. Any comments on
So I was
7.3?
reading it on your screen.
Okay. Comments on 7.3? Chapter Council Representative Duties. 7.4.1. Propose, debate, and make changes to the Dagorhir Manual of Arms, MOA, and DBGA. Bylaws. 7.4.2. Debate on and vote to install new DBGA chapters. 7.4.3. Approve funding proposals from the Board of Directors. 7.4.4. Attend as many scheduled chapter council meetings as possible. 7.4.5. Act as liaisons between their own chapter members, the chapter council, and the Board of Directors. Mook, go ahead.
Question on 7.4.1. The proposals, debates, and making changes to the Manual of Arms. How is the chapter council, is that taking that away from the RWC? Okay. I just wasn't sure where that falls into that section of things.
Okay. Sai points out that 7.4.4 leaves attendance to chapter council meetings as functionally optional. how could we address that? Argadon?
It's self-correcting. If you don't show up for the meetings, you don't get to vote.
Point.
Dang it, forgot to unmute my mic. But I still think we should have it encouraged somehow would be a good thing.
So what if a chapter representative can't attend a chapter council meeting? Are they required to appoint a delegate? Like the as possible is probably trying to like identify that life happens, right? And so would appointing a delegate be alternative to make sure that chapters were sending reps? Or as Luda pointed out, we can just say attend scheduled chapter council meetings. Honestly, I think I like attend scheduled meetings. Just point blank. And then chapters can choose new representatives if someone can't make one.
Agreed.
Okay, any objection to that? Okay. 746, inform the chapter council head of any changes to their own chapter's officers and active status. 747, bring any concerns from events and gatherings to the chapter council's attention, such as dangerous habitual behavior, potential bans, role play test results, new funding proposals, etc. Comments on anything in section 7.4. Okay, 7.5, chapter council head. Voting procedures and timing have been tabled as of 8:15. As of concerns about electing new chapter council head if the current member steps down as a chapter rep. Okay. So there's some stuff to deal with. 751, chapter council heads, main duties. Coordinates 7511, coordinates schedules and moderates chapter council meetings. 7512, designates a representative to take minutes during chapter council meetings. 7513, acts as a liaison between Director of Operations, DOO, and reps, dispersing and collecting information to pass as needed in regards to event organization and coordination. 7514 acts as a liaison between the Director of Records, DOR, and reps in regards to chapters, active status, reviews, and changes in officers. 7515 acts as a liaison between Arbiter and reps, dispersing and collecting information as needed regarding official bans and ban-related activity. Comments on 7.5.1. Okay. 7.5.2. In the absence of the chapter council head, another representative elected by a simple majority vote or general consensus of the representatives in attendance will chair chapter council meetings. 753. Chapter council head position will be a one-year term starting July 1st. Elections will take place in May with a final vote decided no later than May 29th, i.e. before Memorial Day. 754. Any chapter council rep is eligible to run for chapter council head. Intent to run must be formally expressed before April 1st. Comments on 752 through 754.
Okay, I might not actually have that exact copy. Sorry. The one
Okay.
one I did go open was not the same.
That should be the one. 755. Election will be decided by a simple majority vote. Oh, Cyril, go ahead. You are muted, as far as I can tell.
Yes, Cyril tends to stay muted.
Take your time.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Oh, on April 1st. Oh gosh.
Yeah, I saw that. I figured.
That's good. That is a wise choice.
You know, in that case, you might as well just leave April out of it and just make it May 30th or May 31st. Not May, March. Been a busy day. Been a little heat on the
Yeah.
head.
It's been a long day.
Little,
Right there
little
with
heat
you.
on the head today.
It's been a long week.
Yeah, it has been a long weekend.
Oh gosh.
So Kane Bergadon might be able to vouch for this. I think he was there. There was a big event this past weekend, and I just found out the good bits today. It was interesting.
Hmm.
Nothing like nothing like
Belladonna.
Belladonna.
Yeah.
Nothing like Belladonna laced moonshine to go around.
Oh.
Nice. Oh, Sule, you're back. Or at least you got a buzz.
Yes, from what I understand, at least 5 people were hospitalized because somebody didn't know what he was putting in his moonshine.
Yeah,
Oh.
I think the guy himself made 6, and from what I understand, he was one of the worst messed up of the people of them.
Yeah, I heard from
Oh.
from somebody after the fact that they found him in his car like pretty close to gone.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, that'd do it.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
There you go.
Woo! All right, let
Woo!
me get out the big recording mic. Okay. I think as I there we go. I don't know if it, and this is actually silly, but whatever. 7.5. I think 7.5.1 and 3. 7.5.1 3 through 5. I think I still had those in there when I had the breakdown to regional districts and stuff.
Okay.
Because in the chapter rep duties, it says they act as liaison between the board of directors and their chapter members and the chapter council. So I don't think I actually need those. We don't need those 3 in there.
Okay.
Am I reading that right?
Chapter council, chapter representatives. Here we go. Act as liaisons between chapter members, chapter council, and board of directors. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair point.
Okay. Less text people have to read.
Yeah. So then. Oh gosh, I lost where I am. Where am I? There we go. Shall we strike 7513 through 7515?
That's what I'm proposing, yeah.
Okay. Is that seconded?
Seconded.
Seconded. Any objection? I don't see objection. Okay, let's go ahead. Cool. I forgot where I was. 752. In the absence of the chapter council, head, another rep elected by a simple majority vote or general consensus of the representatives in attendance will chair chapter council meetings. 753. Chapter council head position will be a 1-year term starting July 1st. Elections will take place in May with final vote decided no later than May 29th, i.e. before Memorial Day. 754. Any chapter council representative is eligible to run for chapter council head. Intent to run must be formally expressed before April 1st. Go ahead. April 2nd. 755. Election will be decided by a simple majority vote. Each active chapter will get 1 vote. Votes will be turned in to a 3-person subcommittee of active chapter reps, none of whom are running for chapter council. Members of said subcommittee will be decided by the chapter council in April and finalized by May 1st. So is this subcommittee the people basically running the election?
What do you mean by that?
So suggesting maybe have that same person administrate the chapter council head election?
That's true. I missed that part of the for the other elections, so we can do it as one person. That's fine.
Okay. So then this is current phrasing. Okay, so suggested rephrasing of 755. The election will be decided by a simple majority vote. Each active chapter will get 1 vote. Votes will be turned into the election officer specified in 5.4. Did we specify for the Board of BOD elections that each chapter gets 1 vote? Simple majority vote. It's not specified. Or am I missing something? So did we? I'm trying to remember. I vaguely remember us talking about saying each chapter gets 1 vote, but I don't remember if we voted on it. Yeah. Yeah, currently it's implied that each chapter gets 2 votes for the board of directors positions. Okay.
Could have sworn I put in here somewhere that they get 1 vote no matter how many reps show up, but I am having trouble locating it. 7.8 in regards to, oh, well, that's only for the bylaws and the MOA, so I didn't specify it for elections.
Do we want to specify that for elections as well? I think that would make sense to maintain consistency.
I think 1 vote per chapter is best, yes.
Okay, 1 vote per chapter, add that to the BOD election process. Is that seconded?
Second.
That is seconded. Any objection? So maybe add the line, each chapter may cast 1 vote to 5.3. Does that work functionally?
That's a question. Was there a reason why we have 2 chapter reps but only 1 vote? That might get confusing between the chapter reps as onto who's voting.
I had used the 2 rep standard because that's what we had for RWC, but they still only had 1 vote. And as far as voting for different changes, it's been fairly easy to do it here, so I don't think it's that confusing. But that's just me.
I think historically the 2 representative thing has been useful to increase the level of discussion and debate.
Right.
During meetings. Okay. Sil, hand?
Oh, go ahead with your thing. This is
Okay.
like back a point.
Okay. Where was I? Okay, we were on election will be decided by a simple majority vote. Each active chapter gets 1 vote. Votes will be turned into the election officer specified in 5.4. As a new rewrite of 7.5.5. That got seconded. We didn't have objections. Are we? No object. Is there any objection to amending the text of 7.5.5? Okay. Cool. So, Sil, if you wouldn't mind doing that.
Yeah, is that the one, your last thing? The last thing you posted, or is
Yeah,
there
that is the
more?
last thing I posted, yeah.
Okay, is that right?
What's the time frame for the BOD election? Simple majority vote. Okay, and there's no specification for like it's a week-long election or anything like that? That is something that's specified here in 7.5.6. Voting will take place over a consecutive week's time. Identified by the election representative. Yeah. And there's no reason that can't be held virtually. So suggested new phrasing for 7.5.6. Where over a consecutive week's time during May. Okay. New text. Voting will take place over a consecutive week's time during May, determined by the election administrator and coinciding with the BOD election. And we'll need to update, yeah. I mean, there's no reason we couldn't just copy paste this text into 5 point whatever and replace BOD election with chapter council head election. Like there's some. Okay, any objection? Don't see any objection, think we're good. And then in section 5. Which one says voting is? There we go, 5.1. Yeah.
Do we want to say coinciding with the chapter council head election? I don't think that's an important
I don't think that's
detail.
necessary.
Yeah.
Okay. Woo, making good progress.
Do you want to get into Cyrile's comments on the side, or
On the side.
I have my hand still up?
Oh yeah, let's do yours and then we'll get to Cyrile's
Okay.
comments.
7.5.3, the final vote decided no later than May 29th, i.e. before Memorial Day. Because Memorial Day hops around so much, what's the intent of having it before Memorial Day? And if Memorial Day happens like on the 26th, yeah, it's the last Monday in May.
Let's say no later than May 31st. Like, is there a reason we can't just say by the end of May?
Let me see if Memorial Day lands on May 31st.
It's actually on 31st this year.
Well, that already passed, so that doesn't matter. 2027 is the next time it lands on May 31st.
I mean, there's no, like, if we've already identified that the election official is determining the week that the vote happens, and they can just say it happens 2 weeks before the end of May. And we're giving them a week-long time frame, so I think no later than May 31st is probably fine.
Actually, I mean, if it's just up to the election administrator, it's determined by the election administrator, and it's a week-long vote. So we can just strike that whole thing.
Yeah. Period. Okay, I'm down. Okay. Nice. Proposed addition.
Actually, you don't even have to have that because 5.6 says it's in May. So it's a 1-year term starting July 1st.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. And we're already specifying that it coincides with the BAD election, which must happen in May. And 7.5.6 also says it happens during May. So I think we've got that covered. Okay. 7.5.7. In the event that a chapter council head is removed or leaves their office before their term is over, chapter council reps will hold an emergency election for a new chapter council head who will adopt all responsibilities and duties in the interim until the next annual chapter council head election. Is that supported or opposed?
This is the stuff in Cyril's comments.
Correct. And I just put the text into the meeting chat. That is seconded. Any objection? Cyril, is it okay if I just assume that each of these constitutes a motion to add it? Cool. Okay. No objection? No. Okay. 7571. Emergency election will be organized by a subcommittee as outlined in 755. We no longer outline a subcommittee in 755. By a designated election official. Cool. Any objection to that? I don't see objection. 7572. The subcommittee must communicate. I'm gonna edit this as I read through it. The election administrator must communicate the election phase timeline to the chapter council reps in a timely fashion. Candidates will have 1 week to publicly confirm their desire to run, and the chapter council reps will vote during the following consecutive week. Is that seconded? Cool. Seconded. Simple majority vote will determine the interim chapter council head. Is that seconded?
Second.
Seconded. Cool.
We don't need to add that. That's already
Okay.
kind of that's the bylaw. Simple
Sure.
majority is yeah.
Okay. Okay, and then we can just get rid of the ranked voting option. Okay. Cool. Then I think that's good. Okay, 7.6. The executive board has the authority to evaluate the status of a chapter and recommend that the chapter council vote to remove that chapter. 7.7. All authority not explicitly provided to the executive board is reserved by the chapter council. 7.8. In regards to the changing bylaws or the MOA, each chapter represented on the chapter council shall have 1 vote whether both representatives are present or not. 7.9. 2/3 of the active chapter's reps must be in attendance for a quorum to exist and for the chapter council to legitimately take action. 7.10. Sorry, for 7.9. Do we have a way that we're tracking active chapters in the bylaws somewhere? Okay, so we'll just leave that to Director of Records to manage. Okay. Okay, 7.10. The chapter council may make changes to the Manual of Arms if quorum is established and the proposal passes with a simple majority vote. 7.11. You don't like 7.10? What's the current MOA editing process look like? Okay.
And everybody hates it.
Hmm. Um. Hmm. I mean, do we just want to apply the same, like, extended voting period, 2/3 majority vote, all like the same standard as the bylaw changes? Jeffrey?
I've forgotten. What kind of majority do we need at Ragnarok War Council to change the Manual of Arms? Simple majority. So I think that we should keep it simple majority in that case.
Okay.
Could do
So we could do something like how my school board works, where any proposed change is first an information item, then must be voted on at a different meeting.
I was just about to propose that.
So you can't propose and vote on a MOA change at the same meeting? Okay. Jeffrey? Whoops, sorry, I was in the middle of editing that.
I'll edit that.
And
Aha.
I think
Okay.
if I recall right, at Rag War Council, there's a provision to make changes immediately rather than waiting for Thursday if there's a safety issue to the Manual of Arms. I don't know
Okay.
if we should have some provision like you can change
That seems useful.
something at the same meeting.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right. We're basically doing away with Rag War Council. Chapter Council.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, I definitely will appreciate not spending time in that barn. I mean, I was aware that, we're I was aware that there's differences between Ragnarok War Council and how DBGA takes up those rules, but I was proposing a similar system to Rag War Council because that system has seemed to work. So I kind of still think that we should have some proposition or some way to make imminent changes for safety, just like how Rag War Council did do it.
Yeah, that's.
For how the chapter council works.
I think that's a useful provision to add. I mean, if there's like something, then people realize that arrows to the head are actually like causing minor concussions or something. This is a very extreme example, but
Hand.
yeah, go ahead.
While it doesn't, while it's not apparent to us right now, because we've discussed and have had a lot of changes to the MOA to alleviate that amount of a safety concern, it's always good to have it in there for the future, regardless of what happens. My first reg, there was no explicit rule in there that javelins had to be padded the entire length. So my chapter that had never had contact with any other Dagorhir chapter was throwing bare core javelins at each other's heads. We had a lot of fun.
Runa also notes that it could be a reaction, like the way things are made could change. And yeah, just having an emergency button can be a good thing. Thank you, Mook. So are you still good with typing out the text?
Yeah, almost done.
Cool.
Okay, how are we liking that?
Okay, 710. Chapter Council may make changes to the MOA. 710.1. Proposals must be made at a meeting and voted on at a second meeting. 710.2. Quorum must be established at both meetings. 710.3. A simple majority vote is needed for a proposal to pass. 710.4. An emergency vote may be brought up over safety concerns and passed in a single meeting. Done.
Oh, right. That's what I forgot.
And if we're doing a week-long vote for 710.1, I'd amend that to voted on after a second meeting. Stone? Defined as a calendar year or defined as a year from the last change? Okay. Consistent? Okay. So let's check to approve on the current text and then we can talk about the once per year thing. Any comments or any objections? Sorry. Process. So is this new phrasing for 7.10 seconded?
Second.
It is seconded. Any objection? No objection. Okay, let's put that in. Okay, now Stone, you have a new motion that we add like 7.10.5. Rule changes. Proposed phrasing 7.10.5 non-emergency changes to the MOA may be voted on once per calendar year.
Seconded.
That is seconded. Any objection? Okay. Think that's good. 7.11. The chapter council may vote on changes to the DBGA bylaws. Any proposed changes to the bylaws must have an extended voting period of 2 weeks. The proposal must pass with a 2/3 majority vote of the chapter council. Any changes to the bylaws may be vetoed by the board of directors by a 2/3 majority vote of the board of directors. A vetoed bylaw change must be passed by a second 2/3 majority vote by the chapter council. 7.12. The chapter council may form ad hoc committees as needed. The committee's size and scope will be determined by the council during the founding of the committee. Comments on 7.11 or 7.12?
Just as a point of order, I'm going to split that 7-11 up. That's a lot of.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems reasonable. Jeffrey?
I just realized the last sentence of 7.11 says a vetoed bylaw change must be passed by a 2/3 majority vote. It could be misinterpreted to
Oh,
mean
they
that
are required to pass it?
they're required, exactly. So maybe a vetoed bylaw change may only be passed by a second 2/3
Okay,
majority
I like
vote.
it. That's a good point. Oh, overridden.
Yes.
That's good. And then we don't need second because now it's a vote to override, not the veto, not a vote to. I like it. Okay, section 8. Funding. 8.1, last section, I think. Oh, this is it. 8.1. The chapter council has the exclusive authority to authorize funding projects of methods. And methods? I don't understand. I think that. And okay. 8.1.1 mandatory membership fees for all Dagorhir participants shall be a disallowed funding stream. 8.1.2 the rights to prepare and construct field equipment for Dagorhir shall not be given exclusively to any one entity. 8 point something the board may implement funding projects as approved by the chapter council. Okay. Is this comment still relevant? Okay. Okay, comments on section 8.
Wait, strike 8.2 or?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just asked if the comments on the side here were still relevant, and
Okay.
I was told they were not. Okay. No, I don't see any comments on section 8, so I think we're good there. That's it.
And
Yes, go ahead.
sorry, guys. One quick question about section 8.
Go ahead.
Are chapters allowed to sell merchandise to make money that have the Dagorhir logo? Is that covered by this section? Do they have to go through approval with the board?
What is on the card contract? Okay. Jeffrey, go ahead.
I think while we're looking it up, it might be a good idea for 8.1 to say the chapter council to add at the end has the exclusive authority to authorize funding projects or methods for national Dagorhir. That way, if an individual chapter wants to fund itself through whatever method, it doesn't have to go through the entire national chapter council to get approval.
Okay.
And the chapter council just does things for the whole of Dagorhir.
Okay.
Reacher, don't die.
Oh, where did
Realized I started streaming again. What was
where
that?
did that motion? We had the wording on the like IP rights for merchandising. Like, you can't just slap a Dagorhir logo on something. Here we go. Where is it?
Do we have a line in there that says executive board members and candidates are not protected from arbiter investigation or something in that? Like something effectively saying that? Yeah, because that's something we voted on.
Oh, that's kind of a nightmare. Having a board of director have the authority to investigate other board of directors. I think that should be explicitly within the chapter council, and the chapter council wants to invite the arbiter to do the investigation. That's fine. But it shouldn't just be like automatically assume that the arbiter is going to investigate any board of director, because oh wow, that's when you
I
start
mean,
getting
that is
into,
something that we all voted on and decided.
was it? I mean,
Yeah.
if that was, I forgot, but
Yeah, it was.
yeah, if you could link or post that in the chat.
Yeah, just put the text in the chat.
Cool, I'll get to that in a second.
Yeah. While Stone is looking up the chapter contract, I'm just going through my list of things we decided on. Mm.
Okay, real quick, 6.5, executive board members and candidates have no protection from the arbiter investigation or decisions under removal of a director. Or should that go under the arbiter?
I feel like that goes under arbiter.
I feel like that's kind of.
Actually, I'm not sure.
I think that'd fit better under removal of a director. Six point four, chapter council will determine the appropriate course of action needed to investigate the claim. If someone brings up a claim, and then the executive board members and candidates have no protection from arbiter investigations or decisions. That would fit a little bit better under arbiter, wouldn't it?
Just gonna say goodnight, guys. I gotta hop off. I gotta travel
Okay.
here in the morning. Yep. Sorry, I wasn't on all day. Been a busy weekend.
It's all good. Thank you for
Comment.
joining us.
Yep. See y'all later.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, folks, I understand. I've got to be at work at 6 a.m.
Yeah, I got to drive from my house to Dallas, like 6.5 hours in the morning.
Oh gosh.
Actually, hold on, guys. There's one important thing. The underfunding. There should be wording for the either the chapter council or the board of directors. I think it's the board of directors is holding the IP. The board of directors must give permission for any Dagorhir branded merchandise to be produced.
Dagorhir or Dagorhir associated merchandise.
I'd say use the word
Which-
branded. If you're trying to sell a T-shirt or
Alright,
a coffee mug and you're trying to slap the Dagorhir logo on it, you need to go through the IP holder.
That's good. Thank you.
Motion: the BOD must approve the production of Dagorhir branded merchandise.
Just, I'd like just AHA's. The board director must approve of the production of Dagorhir branded merchandise. Even if the chapter council says you can do, we gave a funding project, the chat for just for the merchandise, chapter or board of directors has to be give approval.
We already have the BOD enacting funding projects and stuff like that. So yeah. Okay.
So 8.3, board of directors must approve, and that supersedes the chapter council authorizing funding projects if it's concerning Dagorhir branded merchandise.
I'd say it goes along with it. Just means that anything involving merchandise has to be approved by both.
Yeah. Oh, so then board of directors and chapter council must approve.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll just 8.3 leave it like that.
Fair. Any objection to adding section 8.3 as words as phrased here? Okay, let's do it.
Okay, it's in.
Cool. Anything else that we should add to funding? Section 8.
Jeffrey has a hand.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry to add more at this time. It's just the wording of 8.3, the BOD must approve, also runs in the same issue where it could be confused where the BOD has to approve the production of Dagorhir branded.
Good.
Yeah. So something instead of must.
Well, may also doesn't require production to be approved by. Let me just, I'm gonna flip the phrasing and say the production of
Something about
Dagorhir branded merchandise must be approved by a simple majority vote of the BOD or something like that.
okay.
And it's still a must. Like you can't do a may.
You could also say something like only the BOD has the authority to approve the production of Dagorhir branded merchandise. So it makes it clear that that responsibility lies with the BOD.
Hmm.
Oh, I hear a
Okay. Whoops. 8.3. Okay. Yeah, I think I like that. By simple majority vote, do we want to specify how they approve it? Okay, cool. That's fine. Okay, anything else in section 8? Yeah, that's very true. Okay, if there's no other business, I think we are ready to wrap. Thank you all for sticking this out.
Well, real quick, I need to find a home
okay.
for that investigation or
Okay, so the next step, once we like finish updates and stuff, we're gonna send this out for approval to all of the chapters for review and approval. Oh gosh, where's the rest of my notes?
This week. We're gonna send it out
Yeah.
this
This week, so like in a couple days. Send this out for review and approval, and then upon
Yeah, so I believe our preference is to do as we have been doing, making sure
Yeah.
that everybody can see it. However, we are planning on using a Google form for the chapter admins to say, yes, we are fine with this being proposed.
Yeah,
So that's going to have to be limited. Yeah. What? Why don't you trust that?
Yeah, so we're gonna send out this document and a form for chapter representatives or for chapters to submit their approval or rejection of this set of bylaws so that we can gather the consensus and make sure that we have a majority of chapters down, and then we forward this to the Aratari War Council. For AWC to discuss and vote on.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, for chapters to look at and stuff. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So yeah, that's what's gonna happen next. Thank you all for being here for so long. This was how long? 4 hours? 5 hours?
Almost 5 hours. Yeah.
Almost 5 hours. And thank you all for participating all summer long.
yeah, making that sausage,
It's been
man.
incredibly helpful.
Oh my gosh. Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
I would make you all cookies if I could.
Yeah, next time we meet up, it's just gonna be a huge dessert fest.
Yeah, if we have another rag, there we go.
Mm.
Oh.
So yeah, have a great evening, everyone. Look forward to
Bye.
hearing from you.
I'm doing a quick revision and clearing up any comments. 2.3, the staff position. Did we want to like actually try and define that, or is that just good enough? Or I guess
Is
we
that
could
one of
later.
the things defined in like section 4? Wherever? No, section 3.
Later, the definitions of department staff, and then they go officers
Yeah.
and committees. I'll just clear that comment. I think.
I
It's
think
enough.
just try to streamline it with those definitions and keep them consistent with each other?
I think it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm cleaning up formatting, and then it's basically ready to go.
Cool. Okay.
Yay.
Woo!
Yeah, so somebody just needs to set up the actual Google
Yeah.
form or whatever.
Yeah, I can do that tomorrow.
Awesome. Yeah. Cool.
Okay.
All right.
Have a fantastic night, everybody. Get some good sleep. Good luck at work tomorrow or next time you're at work.
All right. Thanks for taking us through that, Aha.
You're very welcome. My voice is tired. Bye.
Now let's hope the game doesn't collapse in a year.
Yeah. Please. Please let this be for something. Don't speak that into existence. That's
Oh, are people
something.
actually joining or coming back or whatever?
Hey. Cool.
Nice.
Well, I have work tomorrow, so I have to go. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Oh, are you still recording, Stone?